Lovely people, this is Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes perfect sense. What is going on, wonderful people? It's Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes perfect sense. This is a beginning of a new review series on psychology. Let's break this word down. What does ology mean? It means the study of. The study of what? The psyche, the soul. And this is the Greek word psychology. In today's video, we'll start talking about the biological basis of psychology, i.e. biology. Welcome to an interesting review of the nervous system. Remember that the building unit of your body is the cell. When a group of cells join together, they form a tissue. When a group of tissues join together, they form an organ. When a group of organs join together, they form a system. Case in point, the nervous system. Click the like button, click the subscribe button, and let's dive deep into the human psyche. This is my psychology playlist. Please watch these videos in order for maximum sensation, perception, and conception. And if you're studying for the MCAT, the IMAT, the DAT, the GCSE, or the AP exams, oh boy, do I have a playlist for every subject that you can imagine. Now let's start by talking about the anatomy of the nervous system. For a more robust discussion, refer to my neuroanatomy playlist. These are my 10 commandments of neuroanatomy, and I've talked about them before in my neuroanatomy playlist. Commandment number 1, thou shalt draw your line in the sand between the motor, anterior, and the sensory, posterior. The motor is efferent and descending, whereas the sensory is afferent and ascending. Commandment number 2, thou shalt understand the difference between the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. The difference between the brain and the spinal cord, cranial versus spinal, somatic versus autonomic. Oh, by the way, the word autonomic is synonymous with the word visceral, which is synonymous with the word splanchnic, which should be a brand name for an aftershave for men. Next, thou shalt understand the difference between myelinated and unmyelinated, the white ramus versus the gray ramus. Then you need to know the definitions of the following: the nucleus, the ganglion, tract, nerve, and the meniscus. Then the differences among prosencephalon, mesencephalon, and rhombencephalon. Then you need to understand the organization of the nuclei in the brainstem, and the difference between the anterior 2/3 of the tongue and the posterior 1/3 of the tongue, because one has nothing to do with the other, neurologically speaking. Now let's start with commandment number 1. Look, this right here, all of this is the brain. Unfortunately, most people think of the brain as only this part. That's not true. If you happen to think that the brain is only this part right here, then this means that your accomplishments in life are like the square root of a negative number, imaginary. Look, my friend, all of this is your brain. This part, just this part, is called the cerebrum, or the cerebral cortex. which is made of two cerebral hemispheres, right and left. Deep to that, we have basal nuclei, commonly referred to as basal ganglia. We have a diencephalon hidden within.
Is there no other
Then we have a
aluminium?
midbrain, followed by a pons, followed by the middle, and then the cerebellum. All of what I've just discussed is the brain. What is the central nervous system then? The central nervous system is the brain, all of this, plus the spinal cord down below. So CNS equals brain plus spinal cord. This is the cerebral cortex or the cerebrum.
Jesus.
It has a frontal lobe, a temporal lobe, an occipital lobe, and a parietal lobe. Thou shalt draw your line in the sand. This is
That's a lot of platinum. That's pretty
you
good.
Draw it parallel to something called the central sulcus, okay? And then what? Anterior is here, posterior is there. This is front, this is back. Anterior is mostly motor, and posterior is mostly
That might be
sensory.
enough.
If you are motor, then you are efferent and descending. What does efferent mean? It means that you will start in the brain and go somewhere else, such as to your biceps or triceps or quadriceps muscles. So motor is descending, efferent, and anterior, in front of the line. On the other hand, sensory is ascending, okay? Which means afferent. It starts somewhere else, such as your fingertips when you feel something, and these sensations will travel up until they end up in the brain behind the line. I repeat, anterior is mostly motor, posterior is mostly sensory. Case in point, let's say that you want to move your biceps. You'll contract your biceps muscle to move your arm. This impulse has to start here, in the primary motor cortex. Notice that this is in front of the line. Let me tell you something. The primary motor cortex on the left controls your right arm, and the cortex on the right controls your left arm. It's some crisscross action. Similarly, the primary somatosensory cortex on the left receives a sensation from your right arm, and the somatosensory cortex on the right receives sensations from the left half of the body. Next, what if I want to move my eyes right and left, up and down? This is the frontal eye field. Notice it's in front of the line. But what if I want to see? Oh, vision. Vision is a sensation. Primary visual cortex in the occipital lobe. Notice this is behind the line. Next, what if I want to speak and talk? Talk. This is Broca's area to articulate my thoughts. Notice it's in front of the line. But what if I want to hear you and then understand you? This is by the Wernicke's area, which is, surprise, surprise, behind the line. See, medicine makes so much sense once you understand what the French toast you're talking about. Now, let's say that I have a lesion in my Broca's area. What's going to happen? I'll not be able to talk, and we call this non-fluent aphasia. Usually, the patient is so upset and aware that he has a problem. So this is called ego dystonic. I am upset and I know that I have a problem. But patients with Wernicke's aphasia, or a damage to the Wernicke's area, tend to speak, although their speech does not make so much sense. It's a word salad. They cannot understand you, but they feel amazing. They feel that they have no problem whatsoever and that you, as a doctor, you are the problem. And this is called egosyntonic. A mnemonic to help you remember which is that Broca's broken boca.
Fucking
Boca
bitch.
means mouth in Spanish. So if I have Broca's aphasia, I cannot talk. Again, the central nervous system is made of brain, which is here, and spinal cord. If you wish to see more videos like this in the future, please drop a brain emoji in the comments. Which is here. This is your spinal cord. Again, you draw your line in the sand like this. Anterior is mostly motor, posterior is mostly sensory. This is efferent, this is afferent. Efferent is motor, okay? It starts here and goes somewhere else. But afferent is sensory. Cool. So we call this the motor or the efferent or the ventral root. On the other hand, this is the sensory, afferent, or dorsal root. You can say ventral or anterior. You can say dorsal or posterior. Let's say that I touch a hot stove. I will feel the warm temperature through the dorsal root, which is posterior. Then I will move my hand away from the stove. To move, I need the ventral or anterior root. Keep in mind that the dorsal root has a ganglion, but the ventral one does not. Then you have sensory fibers here and motor fibers there, and they join together here in a spinal nerve, which has sensory fibers and motor fibers. And then the spinal nerve is going to divide again into dorsal ramus and ventral ramus. The dorsal ramus is also known as posterior primary ramus, and the ventral ramus is otherwise known as anterior primary ramus. No one, literally no one, cares about the posterior primary ramus. This is just for the skin of your back and the muscles of your back. That's it. But all the drama, all the actions is carried by the ventral ramus or the anterior primary ramus. You want to talk about the cervical plexus? Anterior primary ramus. How about brachial plexus? Anterior primary ramus. How about lumbar plexus? Anterior primary ramus. How about the sacral plexus? Anterior primary ramus. If you wish to download these doozy colorful notes, go to medicosisperfectionalis.com. I help you learn, understand, and pass exams. If you want me to personally tutor you, reach out to me on my website. So we're done with the first commandment. Next, CNS versus PNS. Central nervous system includes the brain and the spinal cord. Peripheral nervous system, however, is cranial nerves and spinal nerves, what comes out of the brain and what comes out of the spinal cord. There is a disease that causes demyelination or loss of myelin in the CNS, and this is called multiple sclerosis or MS. But there is another disease called Guillain-Barré syndrome or GBS, which causes demyelination of the PNS. How many cranial nerves do you have? The answer is 12 pairs. And how many spinal nerves do you have? The answer is 31 pairs. Next, brain versus spinal cord. Again, the CNS is brain and spinal cord. PNS is cranial nerves and spinal nerves. The brain is made of the cerebrum, which you see here, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. Then the brainstem is further subdivided into midbrain, pons, and medulla. As for the spinal cord, it's divided into certain areas. There is cervical, there is thoracic, there is lumbar, there is sacral, and coccygeal. The cervical region of the spinal cord has 8 segments. The thoracic has 12 thoracic segments. Lumbar, 5 segments. Sacral, 5 segments. Coccygeal, 1 spinal segment. Next, the peripheral nervous system. Cranial nerves, these are 12 pairs. The spinal nerves are 31 pairs. Some of your cranial nerves are purely sensory, others are purely motor. Some are mixed, meaning both sensory and motor. As for the spinal nerves, they are all mixed. All of them contain sensory fibers and motor fibers together. Remember when we talked about the posterior or dorsal root and the anterior or ventral root, and then they join together?
I remember.
A spinal nerve. So the spinal nerve has both sensory and motor. Next, what is the structural unit of your nervous system? It's the neuron, which is made of soma, which has a bunch of dendrites, and an axon. But what is the functional unit of the nervous system? It's the reflex arc. The reflex arc consists of S, the stimulus, such as the hot candle. R, receptors, temperature receptors in my fingertips. The A is the afferent. This is the sensory or the afferent root. The C is the center. It's part of the central nervous system. In this case, it's the spinal cord. E is the efferent. These are the motor fibers in the efferent ventral root. E, effector organ, such as the muscles of my arm or the muscles of the forearm or the hand. R is the response, which is to remove my hand away from this hot stimulus. This is a reflex arc. It happens very quickly before you think about anything. After you remove your finger, then you can think, oh, that hurt. I better not repeat this again. So the reflex arc is sarasir, which in Arabic means cockroaches. Again, the reflex arc contains the stimulus, receptor, afferent, center, efferent, effector, response. How many neurons do we see here? There is one, there is a second one, and there is the third one. So how many synapses? There is one connection or synapse here between the first and the second neurons, and there is another synapse here between the second and the third neurons. A synapse is a connection or union between two neurons. So we have two synapses here, so we can call this disynaptic or bisynaptic, or because it's more than one, polysynaptic. So we divide the reflexes into monosynaptic and polysynaptic. The example of the candle and flexing the muscle, this is polysynaptic. The monosynaptic reflex that you need to know is the stretch reflex, otherwise known as the myotactic reflex. Next, let's talk about some definitions. First, this is the soma, and this is the axon. If we have a collection of somas, a bunch of somas gathering together in the CNS, we call this a nucleus, such as the nucleus of the facial nerve. How about if we have a bunch of somas gathering together in the peripheral nervous system? We call this a ganglion. But what if we have a collection of axons in the central nervous system? This is called a tract. How about a collection of axons in the peripheral nervous system? This is called a nerve. Next, some embryology action. The trilaminar embryo is made of endoderm on the inside, ectoderm on the outside, and mesoderm in between. By the way, the word meso means in the middle. Later, I'm going to tell you about the midbrain, also known as mesencephalon. Meso means mid, such as midbrain, or the layer in the middle. Where does the nervous system come from? The nervous system is ectodermal. Okay, but let's be specific. Which part of the ectoderm are we talking? Is the nervous system derived of the surface ectoderm or from the neuroectoderm? The answer is neuroectoderm. This neuroectoderm is further subdivided into neural tube and neural crest. The neural tube is going to give you the CNS, whereas the neural crest will give you the PNS, central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. What are the names of the cells that myelinate the axons of the CNS? The answer is oligodendrocytes. So they are derived from the neural tube. How about the cells that myelinate the peripheral nervous system? These are Schwann cells, and they are derived from the neural crest cells. Do you remember the definition of a ganglion? Oh yeah. The ganglion is a collection of somas in the PNS. Oh, PNS, that's why all the ganglia are derived from the neural crest, including your adrenal medulla, which is a special kind of a ganglion. It's also derived from the neural crest. Next, the ependymal cells that make cerebrospinal fluid are derived from the neural tube. But be careful, because the microglial cells, or microglia, which are the macrophages of the brain or the nervous system, they start with the M, so they are mesodermal in origin. Next, how about the meninges, the coverings that cover the brain and the spinal cord? Well, you have three meninges. There's the dura mater, the arachnoid mater, and the pia mater. The dura mater is mesodermal in origin, but the pia and the arachnoid maters are ectodermal in origin, especially from the neural crest. Next, let's talk about myelinated versus unmyelinated fibers. Keep in mind that myelinated fibers appear white and they form white matter, but unmyelinated fibers appear gray, so we call them the gray matter. So when you see the word white ramus, it has white, so it is myelinated. But gray ramus is gray because it's unmyelinated. If we're talking about the brain, as you see, the fibers on the outside are unmyelinated, and that's why they are the gray matter. But in the spinal cord, it's the other way around. The gray matter, unmyelinated fibers, are on the inside, whereas the white matter, myelinated, is on the outside. Next, a note on the origin of cranial nerves. How many cranial nerves do we have? The answer is 12 pairs. Cranial nerves 1 and 2 are attached to the forebrain. Cranial nerves 3 and 4 are attached to the midbrain. Cranial nerves number 5, 6, 7, and 8 are attached to the pons. 9, 10, 11, 12 are attached to the medulla. The first cranial nerve is the olfactory nerve. The second one is the optic nerve. 3 is the oculomotor. 4 is the trochlear. 5 is the trigeminal. 6 is the abducens. 7 is the facial. 8 is the vestibulocochlear. 9 is the glossopharyngeal. 10 is the vagus. 11 is the accessory nerve, and 12 is the hypoglossal nerve. What is a nucleus? A bunch of somas in the CNS. Ganglion, a bunch of somas in the PNS. Tract, a bunch of axons in the CNS. Nerve, a bunch of axons in the PNS. Lemniscus, a collection of ascending sensory fibers in the brainstem, headed towards the thalamus. After that, they are headed towards the sensory cortex. How many lemnisci do we have in the brain? The answer is 4.
2.
If you know their names, Please let me know in the comments. Coming up next, the differences among prosencephalon, mesencephalon, and rhombencephalon. Remember that the CNS is made of what? It's made of brain and spinal cord. The brain starts as 3 vesicles. We call them the 3 primary brain vesicles. The first one is the prosencephalon, or forebrain. The second one is the mesencephalon, or midbrain. Again, the word meso means mid. The third one is the rhombencephalon, or the hindbrain. The prosencephalon is divided into telencephalon and diencephalon. The telencephalon with the T is on the outside with the T. It's the outer one. And you see it on the edges here. Whereas the diencephalon with the D is deep inside, within. What is the telencephalon? It has the cerebral hemispheres, also known as the cerebral cortex. It also has the basal ganglia. As for the diencephalon, it includes any word that has thalamus in the name, including thalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus, subthalamus, and metathalamus, which is now part of the thalamus. Mesencephalon, that's the midbrain. Rhombencephalon is subdivided into metencephalon and myelencephalon. The metencephalon is subdivided into pons and cerebellum, whereas the myelencephalon is just the medulla. What does the word myelo mean? Myelo means core, because the medulla is in the core of the foramen magnum, and the spinal cord, which is the continuation of the medulla, is in the core of the vertebral column. And that's why we refer to spinal cord diseases as myelopathies or pathologies in the myelo. What's the myelo? The core, which could mean the spinal cord or the medulla. Some quick notes. Why do I need the cerebral cortex for? Well, it has motor functions. It has sensory functions. The primary motor cortex is here in the frontal lobe. The primary somatosensory cortex is here in the parietal lobe. If you want to move your eyes, frontal eye field is in the frontal lobe. The visual cortex is in the occipital lobe. The auditory cortex is in the temporal lobe. Higher functions, execution, rational thinking, accounting, maths, etc., cerebral cortex. Next, the basal ganglia. What's the basal ganglia? The basal ganglia is like the co-pilot. So if there is a pilot for movement, then we also need a co-pilot for movement. The co-pilot is the basal ganglion. Why do we need a hypothalamus? It has many functions, including it's a thermostat, glucostat, and epistat. What does thermostat mean? A regulator of temperature. Glucostat, a regulator of glucose in your bloodstream. And epistat, a regulator of your appetite. Most of the eye reflexes have their center in the midbrain. The cerebellum is very important for balance, equilibrium, coordination, and gait. The medulla has 4 vital centers that you should never forget. I should be able to wake you up from a coma, and you should still be able to tell me that the medulla oblongata has the cardiovascular center, respiratory center, swallowing center, and vomiting center. Mnemonic: heart and lungs. Get it in, get it out. Heart and lungs. Get it in, get it out. Cardiovascular center, respiratory center, swallowing center, and vomiting center. And gait. The medulla has 4 vital centers that you should never forget. I should be able to wake you up from a coma, and you should still be able to tell me that the medulla oblongata has the cardiovascular center, respiratory center, swallowing center, and vomiting center. Mnemonic: heart and lungs. Get it in, get it out. Heart and lungs. Get it in, get it out. Cardiovascular center, respiratory center, swallowing center, and vomiting center. Emotions and behaviors. Limbic system, otherwise known as rhinencephalon. You know why we call it rhinen? Rhino? Oh, nose. Yes, because it's related to olfaction. If you want to know what the limbic system is, just imagine that you went to a restaurant and the chef cooked a meal that smelled so good, which did remind you of the meal that your late grandmother used to cook for you. You smelled the food, you remembered your grandmother, and experienced some emotions. This is the limbic system in a nutshell. Thermostat, glucostat, epistat, that's the hypothalamus. Eye reflexes, midbrain. Heart and lungs, get it in, get it out, medulla oblongata. Micturition reflex, which is urination. Defecation reflex. And erection, these have their centers in the sacral segments of the spinal cord. The mnemonic is sacral 2, 3, 4. Keep the penis off the floor. Now, if you want to dig deeper and learn about the organization of the nuclei in the brainstem, if you want to learn about the differences between the anterior tongue and the posterior tongue, as well as all of this gibberish, please watch my neuroanatomy playlist. But there is one more thing that we need to talk about, which is somatic versus autonomic. Your nervous system is divided into somatic and autonomic. What's the difference? Somatic is what you can control, such as me contracting my muscles and punching you in the face. This is a voluntary action. Of course, I will never do this because I love you. This was a somatic function, but on the other hand, we have autonomic functions. Autonomic means automatic, something that you cannot control. It's involuntary. It is autonomic, it is visceral, it is splanchnic, such as sweating. That's an autonomic function. It's something that you cannot control. How about regulating your blood pressure? Oh, this is something that you do, but you cannot control. You do so involuntarily. How about dilating or constricting your pupils? Involuntary action. Somatic is divided into motor or sensory. Same thing with autonomic. We have motor autonomic and sensory autonomic. But what does the word mixed mean? Mixed means motor and sensory together. Sometimes you even add some autonomic. If you ask the average doctor or medical student, what's the autonomic nervous system? They will say without hesitation, oh, it's the sympathetic and the parasympathetic, which is true, but incomplete. The autonomic also includes enteric nervous system. Enteric means in your gut, in your gastrointestinal system. These include the myenteric plexus for motility and the submucosal plexus for secretions. Again, the word autonomic means involuntary, means visceral, means splanchnic. And that's it for the 10 commandments. What are the meninges? These include the dura mater, arachnoid mater, and pia mater, from the outside inwards. The outer covering is the dura mater. It covers the brain and the spinal cord, followed by the arachnoid mater, which covers the brain and the spinal cord as well. And the inner one is the pia mater, which covers the brain and the spinal cord as well. For the pros, we call the meninges mater.
I have no gold
dura
here.
Mater, arachnoid mater, pia mater, because the word mater is Greek for mother. It's not matter with 2 T's. It's mater with 1 T. You have 3 mothers hugging your brain and the spinal cord. Isn't that lovely? Yes, it is lovely. Until these meninges get inflamed, then it's painful and rigid AF. The dura mater is the toughest layer, and we call it the pachymeninx, which means the tough mother. The arachnoid mater means spider-like mother. Pia mater means tender, affectionate mother. He who hasn't known a mother's love has no reason being infatuated with the world. Will Durant. The arachnoid and the pia mater are thin, so we call them leptomeninges. Meninges is the plural, meninx is the singular. The dural sheath becomes continuous with the epineurium of the nerve. Also, these meninges cover some nerves, such as the optic nerve. The optic nerve is covered by these meninges as well. And let me tell you something that will blow your mind. The dura that surrounds the optic nerve becomes the sclera that surrounds the eye. The dura and the sclera are the same layer. And that's why when you have meningitis, you suffer from photophobia, fear of light, because the same meninges that cover the brain also cover the optic nerve and the eye. Something that your mediocre professor will never tell you. In the next video in this playlist, you'll learn about the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous systems. Some quick notes on the cerebral cortex. Motor is anterior, sensory is posterior. The left cerebral cortex controls the right half of the body, and the right cerebral cortex controls the left half of the body. If you are right-handed, then your dominant cerebral hemisphere is the left one. And if you are left-handed, then the dominant hemisphere is the right one. Let's suppose that I'm right-handed, which means that my dominant cerebral hemisphere is the left one. So therefore, the left hemisphere will be responsible for seeing and visualizing letters and words, hearing and understanding language-related sounds, performing speech, reading, writing, and arithmetic, because that's my dominant hemisphere. But, again, I'm right-handed, so therefore my right hemisphere is the non-dominant one. And that right hemisphere will do what? It will see faces rather than letters or words. It will hear music rather than language. And it will emote rather than think and calculate. And it will also be responsible for visuospatial functions such as geometry, the sense of direction,
That's not
navigating
enough.
while driving a car, etc. Those are the functions of the non-dominant hemisphere. Of course, it's not that clear-cut, it's not black and white, but this is largely true. How do we know that this is largely true? The answer is when there is a disease, when there is a stroke. Strokes in the non-dominant hemisphere present slightly different from strokes in the dominant hemisphere. That's how you know they are different. The cerebral cortex, well, it's part of the CNS, of course, because it's part of the brain. Which part of the brain? Forebrain, which is prosencephalon. Which part of the forebrain? Are we talking telencephalon or diencephalon? This is telencephalon. Is this cerebral cortex or basal ganglia? We're talking cerebral cortex. The cerebral hemispheres, left and right, contain what? They have surfaces, such as the lateral surface here, medial surface hidden behind here, and inferior surface. It has lobes. There is the frontal lobe, there is the parietal lobe, there is the temporal lobe, and this is the occipital lobe. We have poles, such as the anterior pole, the posterior pole. It has sulci, such as this famous central sulcus, and it has gyri, such as this one, pre-central gyrus, and this one, post-central gyrus. A sulcus is a depression, whereas a gyrus is an elevation. So the sulcus looks like this, that's a depression, and then a gyrus looks like that, that's an elevation, and then sulcus, and then another gyrus, and then sulcus, and then another gyrus. This is the lateral surface of the cortex, this is the medial surface, and this is the inferior surface seen from below. To learn more about the arteries that supply the brain, please refer to my neuroanatomy playlist. Sulci and gyri. Here is the central sulcus of Rolando. Here is the lateral sulcus of Sylvius, and this is the parieto-occipital sulcus. This is the frontal lobe, this is the parietal lobe, this is the temporal lobe, and this is the occipital lobe. What surface is this? This is the lateral surface. How about the medial surface? Well, that's the remaining part of the central sulcus. This is called the cingulate sulcus and the cingulate gyrus. This is the parieto-occipital sulcus, and this is the corpus callosum, which connects the right cerebral hemisphere to the left cerebral hemisphere. The corpus callosum has a rostrum, a genu, which means a knee, a body, and a splenium. For the pros out there, did you know that the splenium can help you differentiate between the male brain and the female brain? But that's a story for another time. Let's move
I
my
knew
arm.
that.
Let's feel whatever is touching my fingertips. Let me move my eyes. Let me see, let me see. Let me hear. Let me understand.
I did have a little
and
gold.
Let me talk. Then there is something called the homunculus. So we're gonna suppose that from here to here, that's about your medial aspect of the cerebral cortex, and this is the lateral aspect of the cerebral cortex. So this is the representation of the homunculus. Your toes, then your foot, then your leg, then your thigh, then the abdomen, the back, the shoulder, the arm, the forearm, the hand, the fingers, the head, and the lips. And it looks like this. Here's the lateral aspect, here's the medial aspect. Your upper extremity and your head are more lateral, whereas your bladder and your lower extremities are more medial. By the way, the genitalia are represented close to the feet. And that's why for some people, rubbing their feet can turn them on, if you know what I'm saying. What is the diencephalon? It's anything that has the word thalamus in the name, including thalamus, epithalamus, hypothalamus, subthalamus, and metathalamus. In the current classification, metathalamus is part of the thalamus. What does the thalamus do? The thalamus is the secretary of sensations. And who's the boss? The boss of sensations is the primary somatosensory cortex. So, if you are a sensation, let's say coming from my fingertips and trying to reach the brain, first you'll have to pass by the secretary, which is the thalamus, and then after you reach the secretary,
The lighting
you will
better
go
not
to
strike
the
my
primary
base.
somatosensory cortex. The secretary first, then the boss. How many thalamus do you
Yeah,
have?
just gamble
The
on
answer is
it.
two. You have two thalami, one on the right and one on the left. But how many hypothalamus do you have? The answer is one, in the midline. The hypothalamus is related to the mammillary body for memory, to the optic chiasm for vision, and to the pituitary gland for secretions. #endocrine system. To learn more about the endocrine system, please refer to my biology playlist and my physiology playlist. I have the best endocrine physiology videos on the face of the planet. To learn more about the thalamus, I have a special video called Thalamus, which you can find in this psychology playlist. But how about the hypothalamus? The hypothalamus has many functions, including endocrine functions. The hypothalamus is the CEO, the anterior pituitary is the general manager, and then we have the employees that have to listen to the manager. These employees include the adrenal cortex, the thyroid gland, and the gonads. To learn more about all of this, please refer to my physiology playlist. The hypothalamus also makes ADH and oxytocin. ADH, or antidiuretic hormone, reabsorbs water in the kidney to prevent the water from being lost in the urine. Oxytocin has many functions, including milk let down from the breast, contraction of the uterus during labor or during coitus. The hypothalamus has another function, which is, it has the feeding center and the satiety center. The feeding center wants me to eat. The satiety center wants me to stop eating. If I have damage to the feeding center of my hypothalamus, what's going to happen? I will stop feeding and I will become anorexic and cachectic. But what if I have an injury in the satiety center in the hypothalamus? I will never be satiated. I'll keep eating and eating and eating until I become morbidly obese. You can learn more about all of these functions in my video on the hypothalamus, which you can find in this psychology playlist, as well as in my neuroanatomy playlist. Basal ganglia. What are the functions of the basal ganglia?
18.
Again, the basal ganglia is the co-pilot for movement. The basal ganglia helps with movement. The basal ganglia has a very important neurotransmitter known as dopamine. Dopamine has many functions in the brain depending on the location.
Even more
but
copper.
dopamine
That's
in the
insane.
nigrostriatal pathway helps with movement. And that's why if I have a disease in the basal ganglia, such as Parkinson's disease, I will have a movement disorder. Symptoms include rigidity, tremors, postural instability, gait problems, and mask-like face, with no muscle contractions in the facial muscles. To learn more about the different functions of dopamine, I have a special video titled Dopamine, which you can find in this psychology playlist.
Boom.
To learn about anti-epileptics, antidepressants, antipsychotics,
I
and
need
antiparkinsonian
30.
medications, download my
Oh,
neuropharmacology
Lord.
course at medicosisperfectionalis.com. And don't forget to take a look at my other playlist as well. If you value what I do, help me make more videos by supporting the channel. Go to buymeacoffee.com/medicosis. There are more than 600 premium videos available on this channel when you click the join button and choose the highest tier. Please subscribe, hit the bell, smash like, support my channel on Patreon, PayPal or Venmo. Go to my website to download my courses, notes and cases, or if you would like me to personally tutor you. Be safe, stay happy, study hard. This is Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine, chemistry, math and physics make perfect sense. Hello wonderful people, it's Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes perfect sense. Welcome to a new playlist. Medicosis Neuroanatomy, making sense of one of the most challenging subjects in medicine. If you watch this playlist, Neuroanatomy, in its entirety, I promise you, you will understand the subject better than 95% of doctors. First, let's get organized. We have central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system is made of two things only, the brain and the spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system is anything else. How about the nerves that come out of the brain? Well, they are outside the brain, so they are peripheral nervous system. How about the nerves that come out of the spinal cord? Also peripheral nervous system.
Copper
So
here?
the cranial nerves and the spinal nerves are peripheral nervous system. Only the brain
No more
and
copper?
the spinal cord are central nervous system. Now smash that like button, click the subscribe button, and let's get started. So please make sure to save this neuroanatomy playlist. Here are my 10 commandments of neuroanatomy. Thou shalt understand the difference between motor and sensory. Draw your line in the sand between anterior, motor, and posterior, sensory. Motor is efferent, sensory is afferent. Why is sensory afferent? Because it goes to the brain. Why is motor efferent? Because it leaves the brain and goes somewhere else. Number 2, thou shalt understand the difference between CNS and PNS, central nervous system versus peripheral nervous system. Central nervous system is brain and spinal cord. PNS is everything else. Any nerve is PNS, with one exception that we'll discuss later. There is only one cranial nerve that is part of the central nervous system rather than the peripheral one. Third, thou shalt understand the difference between brain and spinal cord, and between
Fuck off.
cranial versus spinal, between somatic and autonomic. Autonomic is also known as visceral or splanchnic. These words are used interchangeably. Of course, you know that the autonomic nervous system includes what? Oh, sympathetic and parasympathetic only, and that's it. Shut up. It is sympathetic, parasympathetic, and don't forget for your gut, the enteric nervous system, or ENS. That's why you always talk about your gut feelings, so to speak. Your gut has its own brain. Next, understand the difference between myelinated and unmyelinated. Myelinated fibers appear white in color. Unmyelinated fibers appear gray in color. Hence, white matter versus gray matter. Hence, white ramus communicans versus gray ramus communicans. If you want them in plural, white rami communicantes and gray rami communicantes. My goodness. Commandment number 7. Thou shalt understand the meanings of these terms. Nucleus, ganglion, tract,
My
nerve,
goodness.
lemniscus, synapse, decussation, commissure, exteroceptive, proprioceptive, ipsilateral, contralateral, bundle, fasciculus, peduncle, pathway, and much more. In other words, thou shalt study hard, cause mediocre students get on my nerve. See what
Fuck!
and the spinal cord are central nervous system. Now smash that like button, click the subscribe button. Nervous system is brain and spinal cord. PNS is everything else. Any nerve is PNS, with one exception that we'll discuss later. There is only one cranial nerve that is part of the central nervous system rather than the peripheral one. Third, thou shalt understand the difference between brain and spinal cord, and between cranial versus spinal, between somatic and autonomic. Autonomic is also known as visceral or splanchnic. These words are used interchangeably. Of course, you know that the autonomic nervous system includes what? Oh, sympathetic and parasympathetic only, and that's it. Shut up. It is sympathetic, parasympathetic, and don't forget for your gut, the enteric nervous system, or ENS. That's why you always talk about your gut feelings, so to speak. Your gut has its own brain. Next, understand the difference between myelinated and unmyelinated. Myelinated fibers appear white in color. Unmyelinated fibers appear gray in color. Hence, white matter versus gray matter. Hence, white ramus communicans versus gray ramus communicans. If you want them in plural, white rami communicantes and gray rami communicantes. My goodness. Commandment number 7. Thou shalt understand the meanings of these terms. Nucleus, ganglion, tract, nerve, lemniscus, synapse, decussation, commissure, exteroceptive, proprioceptive, ipsilateral, contralateral, bundle, fasciculus, peduncle, pathway, and much more. In other words, thou shalt study hard, cause mediocre students get on my nerve. See what I did there? Next, thou shalt understand the distinction among prosencephalon, mesencephalon, and rhombencephalon. You also need to learn about telencephalon.
That's a good amount of gold.
Diencephalon and metencephalon versus myelencephalon. You need to understand the organization of nuclei in the brain stem. How many nuclei does the facial nerve have?
Another
How
one.
about the oculomotor nerve? The 10th commandment, thou shalt not covet your neighbor's taste buds. Thou shalt understand the difference between the anterior 2/3 of the tongue and the posterior 1/3 of the tongue. When it comes to the name of the nerve, the name of the nucleus, the name of the ganglion, the difference between general sensations and taste sensations, which salivary glands, etc., etc. And bonus, if you can understand the distinction between these. Here is general somatic efferent, this is branchial efferent, general visceral efferent. When I say efferent, I mean motor. I mean we're gonna leave the brain and go somewhere else. Versus those who end in A, which are
I don't think I need
general
platinum.
sensory afferent, special sensory afferent, special visceral afferent, general visceral afferent. If you can understand these 10 commandments today, you'll be in a very good shape to dig into the cranial nerves, which is the topic that comes next in this neuroanatomy playlist. In this doozy playlist, you'll learn about the brain, spinal cord, cranial nerves, spinal nerves, the meninges, the cerebrospinal fluid, arterial supply, venous drainage, the internal structures of the brain, the nuclei, the tracts, and tractology. Now let's go over these commandments one by one. First, motor versus sensory. Draw your line in the sand. In embryology, this was called the sulcus limitans, which limits the
That should be
anterior
enough.
from the posterior. Anterior during embryology was
Okay.
called the basal lamina. The posterior was the alar lamina. The anterior became motor, the posterior became sensory for the most part. Of course, there are exceptions. There always are. But that's the most important big picture. Let's practice. I want to move my biceps. Well, to move your biceps, that's motor. Look where it starts. In front of the line, which passes by the central sulcus. Okay? Let's say that I want to feel the feather of my arm. Oh, to feel something is sensory. Look where it is. Cool. I want to move my eye to the right, to the left, up and down. This is frontal eye field. Look where it is, in front of the line. But I want to see you. Oh, to see me, vision, that's sensation, primary visual cortex. Look where it is, behind the line. Posterior, baby. Let me talk and articulate my thoughts. To talk is to move. Therefore, look at me. I am here. And this is Broca's area. But I wanna hear you and understand you.
What?
Well, look at that. That's sensation. Primary visual cortex. Look where it is. Behind the line. Posterior, baby. Let me talk and articulate my thoughts. To talk is to move. Therefore, look at me. I am here. And this is Broca's area. But I wanna hear you and understand you. Well, look at that. That is Wernicke's area. Surprise, surprise, the hearing area and the understanding area are very closely related, which makes perfect sense. There are hundreds of thousands of students who go through school. They just memorize this stuff like the sunshine they are, and they never take a second to understand why are they located this way. It's all because of your embryological development. Anterior is motor, posterior is sensory. Please take a moment to pause and review. Move my extremities, feel my extremities. Move my muscles of articulation to talk, hear, and understand you. Move my eyeball versus see you. And the same exact concept applies to the spinal cord. Here's the lovely spinal cord, cross section. Anterior is here, posterior is there. You draw your line in the sand. Anterior is motor, posterior is sensory. Let's say that I felt a feather touching the skin of my back. Feeling the feather, oh, that is sensory. So look where I'm going. I'm going posteriorly, afferent, because I'm sensory, so I'm going to the back of the spinal cord. Okay, but let's say that I want to contract my biceps. If I want to contract my biceps, I better start here at the anterior horn cell, which is anterior to the imaginary line. And I go forwards like this, efferent, until I reach the beautiful biceps to contract it. What's the name of the nerve that supplies the biceps muscle? Please comment below. Embryology review. This is your sulcus limitans, this is the basal lamina, and this is the alar lamina. Another important fact is that motor is efferent, which means it starts in the central nervous system and goes somewhere else. Let's say it starts here in the brain and decides to leave the brain this way. However, sensory is afferent. It's the opposite. It starts somewhere else and ends up in the brain like this. Motor is efferent, but sensory is afferent. Next,
Aluminium,
CNS versus PNS.
epox,
Brain and spinal cord
organic.
are part of the central nervous system. Everything else is peripheral nervous system. So the cranial nerves, the spinal nerves, any other nerve that you can imagine is peripheral nervous system.
Epox.
So the radial nerve, ulnar nerve, sciatic nerve, you name it, are peripheral nervous system. How about oculomotor nerve, vagus nerve, facial nerve, also peripheral nervous system? How about the nerves of the brachial plexus or lumbosacral plexus? These nerves are peripheral nervous system. Next, brain versus spinal cord. Oh, that one is easy. The brain is upstairs, spinal cord is downstairs. The brain is made of forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain. The hindbrain consists of the pons, the medulla, and the cerebellum. But what's the brain stem? Brain stem is three things on top of one another: midbrain, pons, and medulla. Then the medulla is continuous with the spinal cord. So let's say that the brain is cerebrum, cerebellum, and brainstem. The brainstem is midbrain, pons, and middle. Then the spinal cord has many segments, about 31 segments. 8 segments in the cervical area, then 12 in the thoracic area, 5 lumbar, 5 sacral, and 1 coccygeal. Talking about the spinal cord and not about your vertebral column. If I was talking about your vertebral column, you'll have 7 vertebrae.
What do you mean your furniture is floating? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, a kiwi, what the fuck? These are very rare to see. Ultra rare, actually. That means that there's a kiwi nest somewhere. What do you mean your furniture is floating? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about? I like this guy. This guy is good at lectures. He's really good. I like him. He's very good at semi-simplify things in a well-organized way. I like him because I like visual examples. Like when you try to do dumb down like something complex, you give an example of something more basic that can be used in a similar, explanation way. Professors don't typically do that, which annoys me. It's literally like the easiest way to teach people something. What the fuck is up with all the kiwis?
In the cervical area, 12 thoracic, 5 lumbar, 5 sacral, and 4 fused coccygeal. Then we talk about the cranial nerves and spinal nerves. They are part of the peripheral nervous system. The cranial nerves are 12 pairs, 12 on the right, 12 on the left. Spinal cord are 31 pairs, 31 on the right, 31 on the left, and they follow the same segments. So you have 8 pairs of cervical spinal nerves, 12 pairs of thoracic,
I just
5
got
pairs
the wrong
of lumbar,
thing. Oops.
5 pairs of sacral, and 1
I need
pair
sulfur,
of
not
coccygeal
this. Oops.
spinal nerve. You'll learn more about the spinal cord in a separate video titled Anatomy of the Spinal Cord. What's the structural unit of the nervous system? It's the neuron, made of a soma or cell body and an axon. Some axons are myelinated like this one, and they will appear white in color. Others are unmyelinated and they appear gray in color. That was the structural unit. How about the functional unit? That's the reflex arc. We start with a stimulus, which will be felt by a receptor. Then I have an afferent fiber. Then I have a center, such as the spinal cord. Then I have an efferent fiber, an effector organ, like my biceps, which causes a response. So if I touch the candle, that's the stimulus. It's going to be felt by a receptor for heat or thermoreceptor, and then it will travel through an afferent fiber towards my spinal cord, which is the center. Then I have an efferent fiber, which will go to the effector organ, such as my biceps, to flex my arm away from the candle. Next, somatic versus autonomic. Somatic is voluntary, which you can control, but autonomic is involuntary, you cannot control. The word autonomic is synonymous with visceral or splanchnic. The somatic could be motor or sensory. The autonomic also could be motor or sensory. What is a mixed nerve? It's a nerve that has more than one thing. It has motor fibers and sensory fibers, or motor and sensory and autonomic. What are the types of autonomic nervous system? We have sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic nervous system, and enteric nervous system.
Carbon
The enteric nervous system
fillers.
is subdivided into myenteric
Laminum,
plexus and
aluminium.
submucosal plexus. We have talked about all of these in great detail in my physiology playlist. Next, myelinated versus unmyelinated. Some neurons have myelin and they appear white, and we call this the white matter. Other neurons are not myelinated and they appear gray. We call this the gray matter. In the spinal cord, the gray matter is on the inside, but the white matter is on the outside. So if I look at this, oh, this is white matter, which means the nerve fibers here are myelinated. But let's look here. Oh, it's gray. So the nerve fibers here are unmyelinated. The opposite is true for the brain. Look, the gray matter is not central anymore. It is peripheral. Ooh. What does that mean? It means that I have unmyelinated fibers here, or it could simply be that I have the somas here, the cell body there, because the cell bodies are not covered by myelin. Only some axons are. So it could be that the fibers are rearranged like this. So I have a soma and a axon, soma, axon, soma, axon. So to recap, in the spinal cord, the gray matter is on the inside, but in the brain, the gray matter is on the outside. How is this important? Well, it is very important indeed, because we agreed that this white matter means myelinated, so let's just draw some myelin. So look at this. This is myelin fibers, myelin, myelin, and myelin. So these fibers are myelinated, that's how they appear white. Okay, what if I have a disease known as multiple sclerosis? It demyelinates the fibers of the central nervous system only. So who's gonna suffer? Only the brain and spinal cord and nothing else, okay? What's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen is that you will destroy your myelin. Oh, so where will be the disease? On the outside or on the inside? The disease is where the myelin is. It will be on the inside part of the brain. And that's why on MRI you will see oligoclonal bands, signs of demyelination. And when you find them on MRI in a patient with MS, these oligoclonal bands are on the inside and not on the outside, because the oligoclonal bands are where the myelin used to be. Cause medicine makes so much sense once you understand what the French toast you're talking about. So white matter is myelinated. Okay, who myelinated these fibers? If they are in the central nervous system, the oligodendrocytes myelinated those fibers. But if these fibers are in the peripheral nervous system, let's say the ulnar nerve or the radial nerve, they were myelinated by the Schwann cells. Next, a matter of definitions. If you wish to converse with me, said Voltaire, define your terms. So let's define our terms. Remember that this is a neuron. It's made of soma, or cell body, and axon. A collection of somas in the central nervous system is a nucleus. A collection of somas in the peripheral nervous system is a ganglion. But a collection of axon fibers in the CNS is a tract, and a collection of axons in the PNS is a nerve. That's why you hear of the sciatic nerve, ulnar nerve, radial nerve, musculocutaneous nerve. All of these are nerves because they are collection of axons. What if I told you that 99% of doctors cannot give you these simple definitions? How about the definition of a fasciculus or a bundle? That's a group of nerve fibers, usually in the CNS, but they have different origins, terminations, and functions. They just happen to be in close proximity to one another. What's a peduncle? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Here is my lovely forebrain, and here's the midbrain, followed by the pons, followed by the medulla. If the midbrain wants to communicate with my cerebrum, it does so by a cerebral peduncle. But if the same midbrain here wants to communicate with the cerebellum behind it, it does so by means of superior cerebellar peduncle. Then the pons to the cerebellum is middle cerebellar peduncle. The medulla with the cerebellum is inferior cerebellar peduncle. Let's do it again. This is a cerebral
very
peduncle.
interesting.
Superior, middle, and inferior cerebellar peduncles. So a peduncle is a thick bundle that supports part of your brain and usually communicates between two structures. What's a pathway? A pathway is a series of neurons transmitting impulses inside or outside the CNS, and you will learn about pathways in the next video, which talks about the olfactory nerve and the olfactory pathway. You'll also learn about the visual pathway in an upcoming video, the auditory pathway, etc., etc., etc. What's a commissure? Oh, look at this. Here are your two cerebral hemispheres. Who communicates between them? A commissure. You can have a gray commissure made of gray matter.
Oh,
or
I did have
white commissure.
I did
made
have
of white
watermelon.
matter. A commissure connects part of your CNS on one side to the same part on the opposite side. You look at this, that's a tract. When two tracts cross like this, we call this a decussation or crossing. What's a lemniscus? A lemniscus is a band of ascending fibers always going upstairs until they reach the thalamus. A lemniscus has to be a group of fibers in the brainstem, and they have to end up in the thalamus. How many lemnisci do you need to know? 4. Medial and lateral, spinal and trigeminal, medial lemniscus, lateral lemniscus, spinal lemniscus, and trigeminal lemniscus. Next, ipsilateral versus contralateral. Well, if I'm referring to the right cerebral cortex, and let's say the right half of my face, they are on the same side, so they are ipsilateral. But the right cortex with the left half of my face are contralateral, on the opposite side. Last set of definitions today is exteroceptive versus proprioceptive. If I'm feeling touch or pain or temperature, these sensations are called exteroceptive sensations. But if I'm feeling the position of my muscles or ligaments or joints in space, this is proprioception. Please do not continue watching this video if you do not fully grasp the definition of all of the following terms: nucleus, ganglion, tract, nerve, bundle or fasciculus, peduncle, pathway, commissure, decussation, lemniscus, exteroceptive versus proprioceptive, and ipsilateral versus contralateral. Next, do you remember the trilaminar embryo, endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm? Yes, I do. Where did the nervous system come from? Only from the ectoderm. The ectoderm is subdivided into neuroectoderm and surface ectoderm. The surface ectoderm is for the epidermis of your skin, hair, nail, etc. Forget it. But the neuroectoderm is the one that actually gives us the nervous system. And it will give us two structures, neural tube and neural crest. The neural tube will give us the CNS, but the neural crest will give us the PNS. Neural tube will give us the cells that myelinate the CNS, known as the oligodendrocytes, but the neural crest will give us the cells that myelinate the peripheral nervous system, namely Schwann cells. Don't forget that all of the ganglia, by definition, are a collection of somas in the peripheral nervous system. That's why the ganglia are made by the neural crest. So the CNS and the cells that myelinate the CNS come from the neural tube. But the PNS and the cells that myelinate the PNS come from the neural crest, both of which come from the neuroectoderm, which is ectodermal in origin. Here is a tough question for you. Can you name one ganglion that is not in the peripheral nervous system and instead it's in the central nervous system? Please comment below. Now let's talk about prosencephalon, mesencephalon, and rhombencephalon. During embryological development, do you remember the neural tube? Yeah, the neural tube will give us spinal cord and brain. The spinal cord is called the posterior neuropore, and up here is the anterior neuropore. Anterior end, posterior end, which later become the upper end and the lower end. This is the tip of your forebrain, and this is the lowest part of your spinal cord. These are the three vesicles that will make up your brain: prosencephalon, mesencephalon, and rhombencephalon. The word prosencephalon reminds me of a protrusion. Look at this protrusion, that's your forebrain. The word meso means what? It means in the middle. If you remember, in organic chemistry, we had something called the meso compound, which looked akin to this. It was a compound that had a internal plane of symmetry, so that I can divide it with a knife like this, and I will have two mirror images. That was called a meso compound. Meso, because there is a mirror in the middle. Meso means middle, hence mesencephalon, midbrain. The midbrain is mid. It's in the middle, between the forebrain and the hindbrain. After this, I have the rhombencephalon, or the hindbrain. Prosencephalon will give me telencephalon and diencephalon. Mesencephalon will give me the midbrain, and rhombencephalon will give me metin and myelin. Metin is the pons and the cerebellum, myelin is the medulla. How do I remember that myelin is the medulla and not the other way around? Easy. The word myelo means core, referring to the spinal cord. What's the continuation of the spinal cord as I go up through the foramen magnum? It is the medulla. And you will learn about telencephalon, diencephalon, midbrain, and all of this in
there should be enough,
videos.
I'm sure.
But for now, I want you to know this. Prosencephalon is the forebrain. It will give you telencephalon up here on the outside, and diencephalon, which is deep on the inside. The diencephalon is anything that has the word thalamus in it, including thalamus and its metathalamus, hypothalamus, epithalamus, and subthalamus. The telencephalon on the outside will give you the cerebral hemispheres on more the outside and basal ganglia towards the inside. outer cover, followed by this middle cover, followed by this inner cover. Your brain and spinal cord are surrounded by cerebrospinal fluid. Who made that cerebrospinal fluid? Ventricles. Ependymal cells lining the choroid plexus in the ventricles. Lateral ventricles make CSF, and then that CSF goes to the third ventricle. This CSF leaves the third ventricle and goes to the fourth ventricle, and then leaves through many foramina to surround your brain and surround your spinal cord. What's the name of the ventricle of the telencephalon? Lateral ventricle. What's the name of the ventricle between the diencephalon, or between the thalami? Third ventricle. Near the mesencephalon, you have the cerebral aqueduct of Sylvius. And for the rhombencephalon, what do we have? We have the fourth ventricle. In the next videos, we'll talk about the cranial nerves. For now, just remember that cranial nerve 1 and 2 come out of the midbrain. 3 and 4 come out of the midbrain. 5, 6, 7, and 8 exit through the pons. 9, 10, 11, 12 come out of the medulla. And this is the total of 12
Holy shit, man.
When you think of emotions and behavior, think of your limbic system, such as the amygdala. When you think of your hypothalamus, think regulation. Regulation of temperature, regulation of glucose, regulation of appetite. Thermostat, glucostat, apostat, respectively. When you think of your midbrain, remember the eye reflexes, like the corneal reflex, light reflex, etc. They have their center in the midbrain. As for the medulla, it has 4 famous centers that you cannot forget. Heart and lungs, get it in, get it out. Cardiovascular respiratory, swallowing and vomiting. Heart and lungs, get it in, get it out. Mr. Spinal Cord has the micturition reflex, defecation reflex, and the center for erection. Remember again that we have somatic and autonomic. The autonomic could be sympathetic nervous system, parasympathetic, or enteric.
Erection.
The enteric is in your gastrointestinal tract, subdivided into
Do I want to build something? I put in all this fucking effort. Do I want to make something?
Secretions. The M
or
goes
no?
with the M and the S with the S. Recall that your sympathetic is thoracolumbar, but the parasympathetic
Why the fuck did I get this much material then?
I mean
This is so
cranial nerves,
much. I
3,
didn't need it
7,
close
9,
to this
and
much.
10. Oculomotor, facial, glossopharyngeal, and vagus nerves. What do you mean by sacral? I mean S2, S3, S4. S2, 3, 4 keeps my pee-pee off the floor. If you understood this mnemonic, please comment below. Explain it. Recall, if I am somatic motor, I'll leave the anterior horn cell. But if I am autonomic motor, I'll leave the lateral horn cell, and then I will leave this, go to the efferent, and then reach the spinal nerve, and then I'm here. But I gotta go through a ganglion because I'm autonomic. I'll have preganglionic fibers and postganglionic fibers. Pre goes to the ganglion, post, whereas post leaves the ganglion. Usually the preganglionic fibers are myelinated, so they appear white, and we call this
I'll
the
make
white
some
ramus
arrows.
The postganglionic fibers leave the ganglion, they are unmyelinated, they appear gray, hence the gray ramus communicans. The ganglion is a relay station for regulation. So if I want to draw this will be the soma that I will start with. Okay, dendrites, beautiful. And then here's the axon, amazing. And then as I reach the ganglion, that's the end of the axon. In the ganglion, there is a synapse, so another neuron starts, and the cell body, and we have the axon going this way. If you want to learn more about the difference between preganglionic and postganglionic and how ganglia work, etc., check out my physiology playlist, especially the series on the autonomic nervous system. For now, remember that preganglionic is myelinated, postganglionic unmyelinated, preganglionic appears white, postganglionic appears gray. Preganglionic are B fibers, they are thin and myelinated. Postganglionic are C fibers, thin and unmyelinated. Where's the cell body for this preganglionic? It was all the way in the lateral horn cell, as we have just discussed. But where's the cell body for the postganglionic? It's inside the freaking ganglion. Next, let's talk about the organization of nuclei in the brainstem. Here's your brainstem. This could be midbrain, pons, or medulla. If a cranial nerve is leaving, and this cranial nerve is purely somatic motor, it will leave anteromedially, very close to the midline. For example, the abducens nerve. It is purely motor somatic, so it leaves anteromedially. But if you are mixed, if you're not pure blood motor like this, if you're mixed, if you're motor and sensory, motor and autonomic, motor, sensory, autonomic, branchial, all kinds of mixture, you will be more anterolateral. And not just that, you could be lateral or even posterior. anything but anteromedial. This trick will save you tons of hours on your studying. And it's not haphazard either. This is how your brain sensory, it is pure, it is true. But where is the cell body for the postganglionic? It's inside the freaking ganglion. Next, let's talk about the organization of nuclei in the brainstem. Here's your brainstem. This could be midbrain, pons, or middle. If a cranial nerve is leaving, and this cranial nerve is purely somatic motor,
that should be enough.
it will leave anteromedially, very close to the midline. For example, the abducens nerve. It is purely motor somatic, so it leaves anteromedially. But if you are mixed, if you're not pure blood motor like this, if you're mixed, if you're motor and sensory, motor and autonomic, motor, sensory, autonomic, branchial, all kinds of mixture, you will be more anterolateral. And not just that, you could be lateral or even posterior. Anything but anteromedial. This trick will save you tons of hours on your studying. And it's not haphazard either. This is how your brain was organized during embryological development. You will learn more about the extraocular muscles, but for now, just remember that the nerves that supply the muscles that move your eye are cranial nerves 3, 4, and 6. Keep this in mind. So they move my eyeball. But what if I want to see? Oh, sensory, not motor? Then that's cranial nerve 2, the optic nerve for you. So here is vision, which is sensation. Here is movement of the eyeball, which is motor. Another important trick. If I want to feel the feather that touched my face, I use cranial nerve number 5, which is trigeminal nerve. But if I want to move my facial muscles, i.e. motor, that's the facial nerve or the 7th cranial nerve. And last, let's talk about the anterior 2/3 versus the posterior 1/3 of your tongue. Now, none of this is gonna make sense to you today, but keep watching my videos on the cranial nerves and you will master this topic like it's nobody's business. Anterior 2/3 of the tongue, here. Posterior 1/3 of the tongue is there. Separating between the two portions is the sulcus terminalis, and you have a foramen cecum in the middle. Anterior 2/3 of the tongue. Who's gonna help me feel the touch? That's V3, the lingual branch of the mandibular nerve, which belongs to the trigeminal nerve. But who's gonna help me taste? The chorda tympani nerve of the facial nerve, which is the 7th cranial nerve. Let's switch to the posterior 1/3 of the tongue. Who's gonna help me feel the pain and the touch? 9th nerve, which is the glossopharyngeal. Who's gonna help me taste? The same nerve, the glossopharyngeal. Oh, so there is a difference in the anterior, but there is no difference in the posterior. That's correct. Anterior 2/3 is V3 for general sensation, and 7 for taste sensation, i.e. special sensation. General versus special. How about posterior?
I didn't make a fucking wire.
By the glossopharyngeal nerves. Alright, now tell me about the gland, the salivary gland. What does the facial nerve supply? It supplies submandibular glands and sublingual glands, but the glossopharyngeal supplies the parotid gland. Okay, now please name the ganglion. Well, I am submandibular gland, so I relay in submandibular ganglion. But I am a parotid gland, which literally means parallel.
And yours missing something.
Paraotic, so I relay in otic ganglion. Amazing. Since this is saliva and this is saliva, which nucleus in the brainstem should I start in? You should start in a salivatory nucleus to salivate, to secrete saliva. The one that controls the facial nerve, anterior, is the superior salivary nucleus. But the one that contains the glossopharyngeal, which is posterior, is the inferior salivatory nucleus. The superior salivatory nucleus is called superior because it exists in the pons, which is located superior to the medulla. The medulla is inferior to the pons anatomically speaking. So anterior before posterior. Superior salivatory is before or above inferior salivatory. The facial is above the glossopharyngeal in position, and the pons is anatomically superior to the medulla in position. I know this is a difficult topic right now, but if you can memorize these distinctions, it's going to help you tremendously as we go forwards. But I forgot to tell you something. All of this was sensory, parasympathetic, etc. But let's say that I want to move my tongue up and down, right and left. This is the function of the glossopharyngeal nerve, which is the 12th cranial nerve. And there you have it, the 10 commandments of neuroanatomy. How about the bonus? You will learn about this in the upcoming videos where we discuss the cranial nerves in detail. By the end of this series, you will understand every single word that is written here. Do you want to learn about neurosurgery, ophthalmological surgery, trauma surgery, orthopedic surgery, all kinds of surgery?
You said you couldn't add on your new account. I need someone to farm for me, man. These mission quests I'm doing, which I'm not in the open world. I'm doing missions to farm monies. And you start from scratch every time. They're fucking cancer with the farming. Deadass.
Then download my surgery high yields course at medicosisperfectionalis.com. And to learn about neuropharmacology like anti-epileptics, antidepressants, antipsychotics, anti-Parkinsonian medications, etc., download my neuropharmacology course at medicosisperfectionalis.com. There
Electrical
are more than
tool.
300 premium videos on this channel available to you when you click the join button and choose the highest tier. Please subscribe, hit the bell, click the join button, support my channel on Patreon, PayPal or Venmo.
Organic. Aluminium. Aluminium. Organic epochs. Hee. Oh, I already had some. Never mind. Never mind. I already had. Okay. Gold wire. Why am I even making or melting these? Da. Electric cable, carbon fiber. Huh? Are you shitting me? Stop. What do you mean? How do you farm? Be specific. Farm what? XP, levels, money, materials. Electrical wire. Well, what you need to farm depends on what you're trying to farm. Like I was farming currency for the game, and one of the things I bought was this bow. So you spawn in with this bow, so you don't have to craft a bow, and this bow is pretty damn good. You can purchase stuff, you know, in the starting menu that you can use in the world. By doing missions and getting get the currency you get from the missions. Also, the fastest way to farm XP, if you want to spam level up, it's kills and chopping down trees. But also mining gives a lot. Ah! Deja vu, I did the same thing. I did that same thing twice now. What do you mean, what do I need to farm? It depends on the quest! For this quest I had to farm up for 2 hours just to be able to build a biofuel generator so I can power up this laser to blast this fucking rock. The doink. Isn't that obvious? It depends on the quest. I don't know what you're talking about, because the game is running smooth as a butt cake for me. There's no lag for me. Seems like a you issue, to be honest.
What the? Where'd they come from?
Oh lord! What is this? Wait, I do no damage to these fucking mammoth fucks. A good thing one of them is stuck. A loser. Fuck off. You need to aim for the eye, which is actually very hard. Yeah, give me my arrows. Did that guy lose interest, or is he good? I don't think he's good. I think it's fine. I think you can walk past him. Fuck you, Moa. You know what they say about fucking bitch.
A whole new frozen world.
Cut the crap. I want to finish the quest,
You
bitch.
ain't here to admire the view. Lego's group got a theory that tectonic activity means there's more exotics in the mountains. It's about to get busy up here.
Don't tell me I have to have a drill or something as well. Because that would be bogus if they tell me I need to get a drill or something once I get there instead of doing it prematurely. I'm gonna be very mucho not happy. I should have looked up. I need to look up quest tutorials before I do them. So I don't get caught off guard. I have to run around back and forth. Is that a cheetah? Snow leopard. Uh-oh. Loser. Incoming snowstorm. Oh, what is that? Oh. It's a vesper. Ice, guana. Nice, I guess. What is this? It's a wolf pack. Well, whatever. I'm not equipped for the vetter. Oh! It's so far away. Yeah, I think the game is actually running super smooth, and that's coming from, you know, coming from my PC. Typically all the, you know, next-gen games, and I would say this is a next-gen type of game, I guess, with the graphics and the atmosphere and whatnot, I would say. It's running super smooth. I don't know why people are complaining, and I have a very bad PC. And I can play videos and stream at the same time. At good quality. I'm dying. It's cold. I'm also doing the missions on hard mode and extreme mode at the same time. Hard mode makes it much harder, as you could probably have guessed. But extreme mode makes it that you can't respawn. It's a one hit done. You die forever. Oh, that's it. I'm done. Oh, I'm done. That was the quest. Nice. Now I just have to make it back to the ship. Surely. I'm I'm lost. Why does it keep on turning off? Wait, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I don't know where there's a cave though. I'm so far away from the edge of the mountain. I think it's fine. It's just it's medium cold. The next one is not as cold. Good thing I craft healing potions, otherwise I'd be fucked. These healing potions are actually clutch. I would have died by now if I didn't have them. They give 100 instant HP immediately. I would say the graphics are top tier. I would say they're next gen, kind of. I mean, I'm sure they're using Unreal Engine, whatever the hell. Can I craft more healing potions? I need salt. They're relatively cheap to craft, and you don't need a bench to do it, so that's nice. I just need salt. Salt, oxide, and bones. And then you cannot die. I didn't get a single exotic from this. I just got 1,200 monies, which is a lot. Not bad. If you look at the weather forecast, the worst has already passed, so it's not really a big deal anymore. That was a medium snowstorm. The next one is going to be a light snowstorm, and then no snowstorm. As long as I don't get... Oh, a cave. As long as I don't get fucked by an animal. Let me in. Oh, what is this? I didn't bring any wood. That's unfortunate. My armor is degrading. The thing is, in the other quests, mission quests, I've done the quest, killed myself, so I get close to the spaceship to go back into orbit. But now I'm doing the hard hardcore mode. So I don't have extra lives. Blood thinning. Hammerhead. Cold steel. I don't know how you make those. I need to unlock steel knife. Where is that? Like, you're never gonna ever make anything on that's tier 4 on missions. It takes way too long. Everything on tier 4 you just make on open world. It's just way too much for missions. Takes way too long. Where's the steel knife? I've still never tried the crossbow. Flat dough. Unlock all blueprints in tier 2. What you talking about, Willis? I haven't unlocked all blueprints on tier 2. What you talking about? What you talking about? Where did I get that achievement? I've only unlocked like less than half. Or about half. It's old. Let's check out this cave though. We have mushrooms apparently. Titanium. Well, that looks bad. I've never seen such a cave. I'm scared. I don't want to jump this. That looks like a really cool cave. I've never seen such a thing. I'm not risking it for the biscuit. Maximum stamina, maximum HP. Cool. Why is the day moving so slow? It's still a blizzard outside. And my sticks are running out. My fuel is running out. Well, usually you can make a bunch of, I make a bunch of bridges, but I don't have any material. Why am I overweight? fuck it, I don't need aluminium. What the hell? Why is the blizzard stopping? It's still the same. Alright. That's fine. The only thing I have is... Oh, I had a few bridges, but they're gone now. It's unfortunate. That's fine. The only thing that's super annoying about missions in general is you have to walk everywhere. Like, you can get a pet, but especially when you play on hard mode, they get killed so easily that it's not really even worth the investment. The fastest and best one is the MOA, but you get a MOA and then it takes half an hour just to find one sometimes. And then it takes another half an hour for it to grow up. And then there's like a big risk for it to just get killed when you leave it outside a cave while you mine or something. Since I'm not playing an open world. I didn't know there were scorpions here. In the winter. That's a long way. I have to walk back. Bruh. I'm out of oxygen. I don't give a shit about the biogenerator. We're done with the mission anyways. That took me like an hour to do. Holy cannoli. I wonder if you're faster when you have less carry capacity. Or if it's only up to a certain point. I think it's only up to a certain point. I think you get a little bit slower when you're almost maxed out. I think the weight bar close to the stamina bar will turn yellow. And I think that makes you slower. And wastes more stamina. Oh, this is also annoying. I can't go through here. I have to go all the way around. I'm not allowed to go through here. I don't think so. Because when I tried coming from here, it said that it was outside of the bounds of the mission. Let's see. Yeah, you see? I'm not even able to go through there. That's some bogus. Yikes. 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 Yeah. Yeah, it was close enough. I farmed so much too. That's why I don't like doing missions. I like doing missions, but I also don't like doing missions. You start from scratch and then you farm so much stuff and then you just leave it behind. The only nice additive is when you get when you have missions that have like mini missions inside the missions, and they reward you with exotics, and then you can, you know, send those up to orbit. That's nice. This one didn't give me any. I have a lot of HP. Oh yeah, that's actually insane. 600 HP. Is that a bear? No. It sounded like a bear. That's a beer. Bop. I forgot I was playing on hard mode. I forgot I was playing on hard mode. This beer would probably two-tap me. Fuck him, Moa. Unlucky. I think I did tame a woolly rhino. The ones you find in the snow biome. I think I did once, but he fucking died immediately. I tamed him, and it takes forever for them to get tamed outside the snow biome. Like, it takes almost an hour. Because they don't like to... Ah! Another bear. Fuck off. Damn, he even has red eyes. That's insane. These are so good and so cheesy. These are a lifesaver. These have saved my life too many times. Do I have some lingonberries for added speed? Not speed, but endurance. Another bear. Fuck this. Oh my lord. Ah! These bears have no chill. There's a long while left. And that's a lot of money though. This quest gave me 1,200 just because I'm doing it in hard mode and hardcore mode at the same time. I think hard mode makes it like 50% more difficult, like the enemies and whatnot. They're more aggressive and more HP and more damage. Maximum stamina. Ooh, this gives me 100 extra maximum stamina. It's kind of insane. I'll remove the mushroom. That just gives me extra HP. But the berries give me more stamina. That's a lot. Look at the stamina bar. Like I'm literally faster running than basically all the base animals except the moa. I also have a 10% module speed increase. Module. 10% movement speed. You know there's caves inside the water too. I'm on the map Olympus, by the way. Like, wait, am I? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm on the first map, not the DLC I bought. How did you not die? I haven't tried Dune Awakening, but I don't like Dune. I don't like the theme or the story or the plot or the scenery, or I don't like Dune. I watched the first movie, I thought it was horrible. I don't understand how people like the first movie. I thought it was horrible. I think I saw a little bit of the original movie and it seemed better, unironically. Except the CGI, of course, but... I'm not a big fan of the actor, Timothy. I don't think he's a very good actor, to be honest. And then, like, Timothy and as Zendaya, I don't like her either as an actress. I think she's not very good either. She was only good in... like, she plays the same character in every movie, so it's kind of boring. She was only good in Euphoria, because she plays the same character she is, I guess, in every movie. Except it actually fits the character, so it works. Like the monotone, depressed girl. With no emotions. Come with me. Come with me if you want to live. I really wish this game had like a teleport. I feel like it... wait, I'm gonna actually check out if you can buy one. I don't think you can. But it doesn't make sense. Like, they have this orbital spaceship or whatever. It doesn't make sense for you to not be able to call it to your location. Like, it doesn't have to be a teleport. That would kind of be immersive ruining, I guess, but you could just have like a thing where you call the spaceship to you. What happens to this bow? Because now I'm gonna go back. What happens to the bow? Like all the things I bought, the bow, space suit, and this one, and the backpack. It's gonna come with me, but it's half damaged. Ninja is sleeping. Fish. Reparo patronum. Campfire. Camp heater. Oh, so you could get that if you're gonna go in the winter biome. And I assume it doesn't maybe cost anything. You don't need to fuel it, maybe. will convert any water into treated water. MRIs. Consumes 1 space in stomach. What does 1 space in stomach mean? What the fuck does that mean? Consumes 1 space. What? 100 food when consumed. That's very good. What is this? Extraction. Oh Jesus, this is expensive. Portable exotic detection unit uses a damn. Craft cost 400. Extractor. Used to power extractor. So there is no orbital extraction, which is stupid as hell. Should I get an animal maybe? But they're just gonna get killed. Where's the cat? Here. Cryogenically frozen grey taboy cat. Yeah, I kinda want that, but I assume if they die, it dies. Tamed creature movement speed increase. Ooh. Tamed creature health regeneration. That's pretty good for having a zoo. Making a zoo. I think I should do these. They're super duper cheap to make. Really good from starting missions. Because all of these cost exotics. A lot of exotics actually. 50 just to make them. That's just one of them. I'm gonna make these. This whole set. Then I don't have to think about making armor. Although this is the one I wanted. This one seems OP. I'll chill on that. I assume if it says that it's made out of steel, it should be able to mine everything. Jesus, that's expensive. I mean, this is good. Then I don't have to think about my getting a pickaxe. A basic axe is fine. It doesn't matter. It's not like there's exotic or levels of trees. The trees are the same. I don't know why I unlocked this. What the fuck? I think I unlocked this when I didn't know how you craft these. I think it was like I thought it was like a one-time thing where you just get it and then you can craft it in the world. But that's not how it works. So I wasted 200 on this. You just have to unlock it first, and then there's a craft cost for each every time you make one. What else? I'll get a knife as well, I think. This is 1,000 just to unlock these 4. Well, you don't get anything from destroying it. Wait, 15% negative movement speed? Why would I want this? Five low-cost metallic 3D printed arrows spiked with poison. I'll get this, I think. It's not the best thing, but maybe a knife. That looks like a sick knife. There's a spear. Extra movement speed is important for me. This doesn't have extra movement speed. It has stamina consumed by tool, critical damage, 10% speed. It's very good. Skinning speed. Fuck it. And then I can't get the knife. There you go. Oh no, they don't stack. Oh, that sucks. Alright, new mission. Grants 2 extra character talent points. Ooh. I want that. What about respecking? Custom character selection. Talents, tech tree. How much does respecking cost? Or can I just do it? I have 30. I have nothing on combat. This is kind of useless. Attack speed with pickaxe is nice. I don't know. Tamed creature speed would be nice if that's even a thing. Stealth damage. That's it. But some of these I can't remove, I'm pretty sure, right? Because they require... One later down the line might require it. I think everything with trees is kind of useless. Oh, maximum stamina would be nice. I think I get that. Maximum stamina. 40 plus, that's a lot. But I want speed. I don't know what this means. Movement speed in the forest. Oh. Movement speed in Arctic. Right.
I wouldn't trust Group 15, but the work's always interesting. Whatever you heard, there's more to the story. They're pushing hard down there, but Icarus has been pushing back. They're looking for a force multiplier. Think you can do
Defeat
that?
the Axis creatures. Don't know what that is. Hardcore! I will do normal, but we'll do hardcore.
F-15s say they're a research body. But that's like calling Cinetai a travel agency. Last crew they sent down didn't fare so well, but they didn't have your track record. So check your HUD for objectives and get into it. Odds are on you, but this is still Icarus, if you know what I'm saying.
What the fuck do they want? I'm eating mini digestive kicks. I like mini cookies. Alright, time for some lecture.
Venmo, go to my website to download my courses, notes, and cases, or if you'd like me to personally tutor you. Be safe, stay happy, study hard. This is Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes perfect sense.
I'm very happy.
What's the reason why people get addicted to heroin? Why do you love Facebook so much? And why do people have Parkinson's disease? This poor man is embarrassed because of gynecomastia. Do you want to know why? It all has to do with a neurotransmitter called dopamine. And this is the topic of today's video. It's a very high yield topic and guaranteed on your standardized medical exam such as USMLE. This is Medicosis Perfectionalis, and let's get our brains dirty. The function of dopamine will vary depending on the neural pathway. So for instance, the nigrostriatal pathway. You know your midbrain? Yes. Please be more specific. The substantia nigra of the midbrain.
What are these arrows for? Consume. Oh. I thought I couldn't use it. Never mind. I can. I have to consume it.
Please be more specific. The pars compacta of the substantia nigra of the midbrain. This is where dopamine is. More dopamine will lead to more movement, less dopamine, less movement. So more movement such as chorea, athetosis, and tics. Chorea such as Huntington's disease. Tics, Tourette syndrome. Athetosis can be seen in cerebral palsy in kids. Less dopamine, less movement, Parkinson's. Everything is slow. And extrapyramidal symptoms due to antipsychotics, especially the typical antipsychotics. Why antipsychotics? Because antipsychotics are anti-dopamine. If dopamine will lead to more movement, no dopamine will lead to less movement. Another day, another
I'm even faster with the spear. 10% movement speed.
The mesocortical limbic pathway. Meso means midbrain, cortical, cortex, limbic, the limbic system. We start in the ventral tegmental area of the midbrain. Through the mesocortical, from midbrain to cortex, prefrontal cortex, impulses are flowing. Also, impulses are flowing from the prefrontal cortex to the nucleus accumbens. This is the mesolimbic pathway. Increased dopamine will lead to heightened mood. You are so happy to the extent of psychosis, euphoria, hallucinations. This is schizophrenia. Also, conditioning in psychology.
Interesting.
You know, when the mother spanks her kid, okay, this is called punishment. She adds a stimulus to decrease behavior. I'm not saying that spanking is a good thing. I'm just mentioning how it works. The kid will learn that this behavior will guarantee punishment, so the child will do it less. This is called conditioning. Dopamine,
Very good.
conditioning. Okay, on the other hand, if you take cocaine or methamphetamine, will increase dopamine in your brain, lead to psychosis, euphoria, hallucination, and conditioning. That's why you will do it again, because it feels good. On the other hand, dopamine shortage will lead to anhedonia. You're bored, you don't feel pleasure, you don't care. Also, therapeutic effects of antipsychotics. Antipsychotics are
Holy shit, the
anti-dopamine.
damage.
If dopamine will lead to psychosis, anti-dopamine will lead to anhedonia. This is the therapeutic effect of antipsychotics. If you have psychosis due to dopamine excess, we give you a drug that inhibits dopamine. Third, tubero-infundibular pathway, endocrine function, arcuate nucleus, periventricular nucleus in the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland. The pituitary gland will secrete prolactin. If there is dopamine, there is no prolactin. Okay, that's why dopamine is also known as prolactin inhibiting factor. If there is more dopamine, no prolactin. Less dopamine, prolactin is left uninhibited, which will lead to hyperprolactinemia. Hyperprolactin, prolactin is prolactation, okay, will lead to galactorrhea, milk secretion from the nipples of the breast.
What the heck?
Also, prolactin suppresses gonadotropin releasing hormone, leading to amenorrhea in females and impotence in males. Also gynecomastia in
I might
males.
order some food.
Please
I'm
note
actually
that
very
impotence
craving-
in males
I'm
is
craving some food.
analogous to amenorrhea in females. High yield. So let's recap. Here we have dopamine, more dopamine, less dopamine. So in a nigrostriatal movement, so more dopamine, chorea, ptosis, less dopamine, everything is slow. Parkinson's, EPS, mesocortical limbic. Dopamine will heighten your mood, psychosis, euphoria, hallucination, schizophrenia, conditioning. This is
Bitch.
addiction, even to Facebook. You're posting a photo, people like your photo and are commenting on your photo, so you will do it again. Okay, shame on you. Oh, shame on dopamine. Less dopamine will lead to anhedonia, therapeutic effects of antipsychotics. Third, tubero-infundibular. More dopamine, no prolactin. Less dopamine, more prolactin, hyperprolactinemia. Will suppress the gonadotropin releasing hormone, less estrogen in females, less testosterone in males. Any extreme is treated by the other extreme. For instance, if you have psychosis due to excess dopamine, we give you antipsychotics to decrease the dopamine. Okay, next. If you are having increased prolactin because there is no dopamine, we give you dopamine agonists such as bromocriptine to inhibit this prolactin and help you with hyperprolactinemia symptoms. We are done. I'll see you in the next video. Please let me know in the comment if you'd like a specific video to be created. And
Why did it sounded so depressing
Be
in this
safe.
video?
Stay happy, study hard.
I will study hard.
Let's talk about serotonin, shall we? Serotonin is his nickname. His real name is 5-hydroxytryptamine, which came from tryptophan. It's a neurotransmitter made of tryptophan secreted by nerve endings, especially in your brain, the gut, oh yay, and the platelets. It's part of their granules. Okay, after serotonin has performed its function, let's get rid of it via MAO-A, monoamine oxidase subtype A enzyme. When serotonin is secreted and has performed its function, let's actually get it back, take it back. This is called reuptake. Who's helping this? Serotonin transporter. Who's blocking this? A class of medication known as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Love the name. The MAO enzyme can metabolize dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, and serotonin. What's the difference between MAO-A and MAO-B? MAO-A is everywhere, especially liver, neurons, GI. MAO-B is brain and platelets, B and P. MAO-A will metabolize epinephrine, norepinephrine, serotonin, dopamine, tyramine. MAO-B will metabolize dopamine. Do you have a medication that inhibits MAO-A and MAO-B? Yes, you have phenelzine and phenylcypromine, and they are used for depression. Do you have a medication that only inhibits MAO-B, aka a selective MAO-B inhibitor that's allegedly used for Parkinson's? Why do you call serotonin 5-hydroxytryptamine? Because it comes from tryptophan. Tryptophan by tryptophan hydroxylase will give you 5-hydroxytryptophan. By
This
the
axe
aromatic
fucking
amino
sucks,
acid
bro.
decarboxylase will give you serotonin, which is 5-hydroxytryptamine. Of course, after you pass by the aromatic amino acid, you'll become a freaking amine. Do you remember the platelet structure? The platelet has a plasma membrane and a cytoplasm. The cytoplasm has granules. These granules are either alpha granules or dense delta granules. These delta granules include what? Serotonin. So serotonin is in the platelet. Serotonin is a delta granule. And then the platelet can secrete serotonin into the serum. Oh, by the way, you know why we called it serotonin?
What the fuck is this? Complete essential service scan. Sandworm. Kill the scorpion. Holy shit. I don't know about this one, Kev. Retrieve. Oh, they were not joking about this being a whole map thing. Holy shit. Interesting. Scanner. So what is this? Is that no, this is scorpion. This would be the sandworm, and this is the black wolf, I guess.
Because it's in the serum. Oh!
What
serotonin
is this?
is the ligand. How about the serotonin receptor? Oh, you have many of them. This is the largest known neurotransmitter receptor family in the world. Let's go serotonin. There is 5-HT1, 5-HT2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 1 is GI coupled. 2 is GQ. 2
What is this?
Q. Q2, QT. 3 works with the sodium potassium channel. 4 GS coupled. 5 GI coupled. 6 GS coupled. 7 is also GS coupled. And then 5-HT1 receptor is subdivided into 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. 2 is divided into 2A, 2B, 2C, and 5 is 5A and 5B.
Bro, this question
These are called
seems
serotonin
fucking
receptor subtypes.
cancer.
These are called serotonin receptor subdivisions. 5-HT2A receptor will make you anorgasmic. 5-HT2C will
I think
make
we'll go
you
up
gain
here,
weight. We
do
say,
this,
to see
then
these
that,
fat rolls,
then
to
this.
see that wildebeest. How about 5-HT3?
And then
Oh,
that.
that is for vomiting. We will vomit on
And then
3.
that.
Are you ready?
It's gonna take about 2 hours.
2. Drugs that act on the serotonin receptor are many, including the SSRIs, buspirone, atypical antipsychotics, hydroxyzine, cyproheptadine, and the 5-HT3 antagonist ondansetron. If 5-HT3 makes you vomit on 3, then ondansetron will block it. That's why ondansetron is an antiemetic, especially after chemotherapy. So if you're giving your patient chemotherapy, it's very likely it's going to cause vomiting. Give ondansetron to prevent the vomiting. What is depression? No one knows. The biochemical explanation or hypothesis of depression goes like this. Norepinephrine is low, serotonin is low, dopamine is low. And that's why the medications include selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. What are you trying to achieve? Oh, I'm trying to increase my serotonin by preventing its reuptake so that it stays in the freaking synapse. Why do we use SSRIs? Depression, but that's not the only thing. Anxiety as well, including obsessive compulsive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, panic disorder, bulimia nervosa. How do they work? They block the reuptake of serotonin. Serotonin will increase. When serotonin increases, it will give you all of these,
Let's go this way.
including vomiting, agitation, anxiety, sexual dysfunction, including anorgasmia. When serotonin is so high, you might actually bleed, and that's why you don't give SSRI with aspirin, and you don't give them with warfarin. Be very careful. But what if I increase serotonin too much? You can get serotonin syndrome, and you can gain weight like crazy. So the pharmaceutical treatment of depression include: first line is SSRI, second line atypical antipsychotics, TCA. Third
I'm gonna
line
need
is
a
what if they
emu
did not work? Try
animal.
buspirone. Thyroid hormone might help. If everything hits the fan, you can try ECT, electroconvulsive therapy. The spelling bee. Let's talk about some medications that start with a B. Buprenorphine is an opiate. It sounds like morphine if you think about it. Butarphenol is an opiate. Bupropion, it increases release and decreases the reuptake of what? Dopamine and norepinephrine. So dopamine will go up, norepinephrine will go up. It's used for depression and smoking cessation. Buspirone is a serotonin agonist, and that's why it's used for anxiety. How about the atypical antipsychotics? What are they trying to do? They're trying to block dopamine and to block serotonin receptor strongly. Atypical antipsychotics are the number one drug of choice for schizophrenia. They can also help for depression, but be careful because they may prolong your QT interval, and this is called long QT syndrome. Before you know it, you can have torsade de pointe, give magnesium sulfate. Here is a beautiful summary of the atypical antipsychotic drugs. Notice, almost all of them block serotonin receptors, especially 2A. All of them can prolong your QT interval. Now, what is serotonin syndrome? This is a syndrome where you have too much serotonin. Well, no duh. What are the causes? Many things, including if you overdose on SSRI, or if you're taking them with something else. What else can cause it? Carcinoid syndrome. It's a serotonin secreting tumor. Symptoms: rigidity, hyperthermia, flushing, myoclonus, autonomic instability, diarrhea, confusion, delirium, coma, death. How do you treat serotonin syndrome? Give benzodiazepine. It's a sedative, it's hypnotic. Calm down, patient. Calm the flip down. Of course, if it's an emergency, remember your ABCs: airway, breathing, circulation. You can try cyproheptadine because it inhibits serotonin. Please memorize these drug-drug interactions. Don't give serotonin with any of these doofuses because it can lead to serotonin syndrome. Don't give selective serotonin uptake inhibitor with these two doofuses because you can bleed. The SSRIs inhibit the P450 system except citalopram. Let's talk about combos. Good combos. Giving SSRIs and benzo, that's a good combo. It decreases agitation, anxiety, headache, and insomnia. Giving it with bupropion is very good for sexual dysfunction. Bupropion, you'll be pumping, baby. Do you remember our discussion about antihistamines? Yeah. Remember when we said that hydroxyzine is antihistamine, also anti-serotonin? Remember my favorite, cyproheptadine, antihistamine and anti-serotonin, and we can use it to treat serotonin syndrome? Yeah. So hydroxyzine is used for anxiety, cyproheptadine is used for serotonin syndrome, which includes carcinoid syndrome. When you give a patient chemotherapy, what can happen? They can vomit. How do I prevent this? Give ondansetron because it blocks 5-HT3 because we vomit on 3. You can also try something else called aprepitant. How does it work? It's a neurokinin 1 receptor antagonist. Let's review some chemotherapy. If you give a patient cyclophosphamide, don't forget to give mesna with it to prevent hemorrhagic cystitis. If you're giving methotrexate, don't forget to give leucovorin rescue to decrease folate deficiency. If you're giving cisplatin, give amifostin to protect the kidney. Also, you give ondansetron so that you don't vomit. If you will give doxorubicin, give dextrazoxane with it. The D with the D. Why? To decrease cardiotoxicity. If you choose irinotecan, give loperamide to decrease the risk of life-threatening diarrhea. Any chemotherapy can rupture your cells. Oh, something like tumor lysis syndrome? Yep, you give fluids and allopurinol. Fluids are even more important than allopurinol. Don't forget to also give vitamin B6 for the skin. Weight loss medications include lorcaserin, and this is an agonist on 5-HT2C. Oh, the one that's like associated with obesity. Yes, but here in the hypothalamus, especially in the satiety center in the hypothalamus. Oh, so you're making me feel full earlier so that I don't eat as much. That's right. We're trying to help you lose weight. Side effects, of course, include anorexia. How do SSRIs work? They block the reuptake of serotonin by blocking SERT protein. It stands for serotonin transporter. It's a sodium-dependent serotonin transporter, by the way. Why do you use SSRIs? Depression, anxiety, bulimia, etc. Atypical antipsychotics, they block 5-HT2A, and we use them for psychosis and for depression. Hydroxyzine, cyproheptadine for anxiety, serotonin syndrome, carcinoid syndrome. They block histamine, they block serotonin. Ondansetron, anti-5-HT3 because we vomit on 3. It's antiemetic with chemotherapy and with radiation therapy. Buspirone, it's a partial agonist on 5-HT1A used for anxiety and general anxiety disorder. Lorcaserin, oh, for weight loss, baby, and it's an agonist on 5-HT2C in the satiety center of your hypothalamus. Sumatriptan, agonist on 1B1D and used for headache, including migraine. Ergotamine, 5-HT2 partial agonist for headache, including migraine.
I shut up. Do you believe in love? What? I'm trying to get an animal. A cave. Pussy. I want to get a fucking Mimu. Where are the Mimus? Oh yeah, I need to get some healing, yeah. Do I have enough bones? Oh, there we go. There's some salt. This guy will have to do. But he's not gonna do shit. He's just gonna die. All right. Some salt. Right. We'll make 20. I think that's fine. Is that a fucking beer? That is a beer. No, he's not gonna grow. It's too cold for him. Dude, he's not stack. They don't stack more than 10. Pum, 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 pum. At least it's calm weather here. He got killed by a Vesper. I'm gonna try something here. See if it works. Fuck. Dummy. Stop. Fucking pussy. Pussy. This is for crafting something. Wolf arrows. I don't care about that. What does it do? Chance to minor memorize. That's fine. I'm losing my fucking arrows, man. Okay, I'll go this way. No, I'll go back. It's faster. I lost 3 traps. 3 traps. I think maybe I should put this to block the little hole so he doesn't run out like that. What is that? Oh, it's the moon. I'm guessing that's not optional, right? Defeat the apex creatures. Doesn't say if it's optional or not. I'm guessing it's not. I had to do it. The problem with these spears are that they are completely useless unless you hit headshots. I feel like the last boss will be mucho hard. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I am one of you. I forgot that it was ice cold here in the desert during the night. That's fucking crazy. I still don't know how that works. How it can be ice cold in the desert during the night and that you can die from hypothermia in the fucking desert. And then during the day you can die from heat. It's impressive. I'll look into it. Speaking of Dune, here's a Dune boss. I've never fought this boss before. I'm not getting any crits. Dude, I mean, I'm gonna run out of ammo on this dude. What the fuck? This doesn't work. It's just fucking scary, man. I guess when he opens his mouth. These are also some very expensive arrows, man. I'm running out of them. I'm not gonna cap like he's I'm doing no damage. I can get this guy. Good thing I have enough. Good thing I can afford. Good thing I can afford. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, what is it? Sandworm skill. Wait, that's so good. I didn't know he was gonna chill like that. I don't know he was chill like that. Do it again, Buster. I don't want your fucking shitty scale worms, bitch. Do it. What's crazy is this is not even a boss. I mean, this is not even part of the quest. But I'm sure the other quest boss will be the same guy. This guy left a lot of scale here. They're degrading too. I need to craft a little mini chest here. I'm not too sure if I actually want to use his stuff. But I am dying. He's fucking slowing me. Actually, I need to bait that and then hit him with this. Do it again. Ugh. Wait, that's actually a good strat. Do it. Ooh. Basta. Ah! I hate that shit. Man. Nah, that didn't even hit me, but okay. Sure. Ah! He's throwing in some new moves here. Oh, there you go. This is good. You are so ugly, man. I know the strat now, bitch. I think it's much better to do this than shooting arrows. Yahoo! I mean, it would be even better if I had a fucking gun, though. There you go. Come on, sucker! Lord, give me strength. Oof. It's a lot of scales, man. Sandworm of vessel. Preserve a memory. What can you even do with these? Sandworm scale. Sandworm scale. Arrows. Negative health regeneration, that's good. But the thing is, I think you have to unlock these in a quest. I don't think I've unlocked the ability to craft these yet. I'm a chance to wound on hit with attacks. The only thing that's good, that's only good for the wolves. They're the only ones that heal. I think bleed would be really good for this guy. I'm gonna check out if I can craft some bleed somehow. Tendon. You can make legendary biomass? I ain't get... Oh, I didn't know you could do that with the boss things you get. What the fuck? Yeah, that's really good. I didn't know that. Good thing I learned that now. So I can do that with my these feathers that I got in my open world. I don't need this here. Drop this shit. Boom, bada bing. I don't need this. I'll take the chest though. Actually, no, I don't need a chest either. What I need is a cave. So I can send this shit up to orbit. Apparently there's a cave behind me. Allegedly. E12. I also need some trees. Oh, I need some trees, man. It's a zebra. Is there not a cave here? Uh, 12 plus, yeah. Is this a cave? It is. Hidden in plain sight. I can't craft this. I need bada bing. Fuck, I need trees. I should have taken a chest. What is weighing so much? A lot of things. I won't need... This is gonna hurt my soul, but I'm removing aluminium, removing gold, platinum, titanium, all the valuable materials. That hurts my soul, but they're not needed. We need some wood. They're definitely not needed for this quest. Just give me sticks. A little bit of wood. There we go. We also need a rock. That's good enough for me. Wait, this cave looks deeper than it looks like. Or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I didn't get any of the arrows back, which is kind of sad news for the unemployed, but whatever, I guess. We're also gonna need an anvil, which means that we're gonna need a fuck ton of your mom. I need a fuck ton of iron. What is it? 2? I think we need 40. Bada bing. $40 meaning 80 iron. Boom, boom, boom. How much is that? Right, that's good enough. The rest goes for crafting arrows. We don't need steel for shit. I'm not going through the headache of getting steel. There we go. It's good enough for there. Bow! Oh. I ate somebody. Something. I don't know what. Something stood still. Actually, we need meat, to be honest, for... you don't need it, but it gives a nice health boost. Orbital exchange. No. No. Orbital exchange. Where's my wood? Thanks for coming so close. Go, 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 go. I have no oxygen. I'm dying. I am dying. No oxygen. Right. I can't see much. I don't know why the cave is red. Gold! Platinum and tatinum. Can this fucking blizzard stop? I can't see shit. The cave is red. It's rather annoying. Anvil. 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 Oh, height. Sometimes it's hard because sometimes it's very easy to accidentally do this, like because you have to hold it for it to fire. Sometimes I wish it was just automatic, you know, because it's too easy to do this while in combat. I guess there's a slight audio cue. You can hear the bow clenching or whatever it's called. Damn. It's a small cave, but it has 2 blocks of gold, which we don't need. Salt. Stop creeping, man. Cooked carrots are also very good for stamina. Projectile damage. Ooh. Can we have 3 effects? Yeah, we can. Oh. So lingonberries, watermelons. Drop the fucking gold. We don't need gold. Gold is for losers. Is this done, Zoe? No. 9 more. Alright, now go pee. I'm dying. I have no oxygen. Four more? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm dying! Time to panic. I'm over cucumbered. Are these hyenas? Bah! No. Low oxygen. I can't breathe. What is that? Disordered. I'm not running out of oxygen, bitch. Not anymore. I have oxygen for days. Why am I so overweight? It's all this goddamn iron. I need to order a water bottle. I think I found my water bottle that I want to order. I want to order Aladdin water bottle, apparently. It's only $50, but it's $30 on sale. It's a bargain. Oops. Max. I need a bunch of sticks. That's not good enough. Well, I don't feel like going back there again. That was annoying. We have some wood here. Bum, bum, bum. What is that? 200 arrows. Is that enough? I think that's enough. Factually speaking, I think that's enough. Here's my problem. You're my problem. I think 200 is enough. If I need more, I'll just do this whole shebang again, I guess. Actually, no. A little bit more. Just a tiny bit more. We do... What is that? Is that another stack of 100? Yeah. That's perfect. We're not going to need any more for this mission, I'm pretty sure. We leave all this here. That's a lot of iron. Boom. Perfect. Now we are very, very good. We are Gucci, Tamaguchi. Do I need to bring the anvil with me? Probably no. I don't think so. This one is about to break, the pickaxe. It's good news for the unemployed. We also bring some carrots. Carrots are good for your stomach. Boom. Now we have those 3 buffs. 75 maximum stamina, projectile damage, 50% stamina, projectile damage. That's an extra 175 extra stamina. So my stamina bars should be fucking insane. It is insane. Butthole. We actually need this instead. Oh, this one is even better. 100 maximum stamina, 150 maximum HP, melee damage, and experience. Gained. We can remove the watermelon. So that we have carrots, wild berries, and the steak. I don't need the axe, I don't think. Boom. Carrots. Guess I don't maybe need that one, I'm not too sure. I kinda do need a hammer actually. To fix the traps up. Don't need a bone knife. There we go. Success. Boom. Scorpion King is the next target. And it seems like we are in unluck tutorial. For some reason. There's a sandworm. Right there. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. Bleed. Are there any bleed arrows or something? That would be very OP for this guy. Bleed, 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 bleed. Bleed attachments. I could have made that easily, but not now. Carbon. I'm not making all that. Fuck that shit. Unlucky. The scorpion shall be easy though. That's just cheesiness. I don't know if you can cheese the sandworm. I'm sure you can somehow. Somehow, somewhere. But the scorpion, I'm pretty sure I can cheese. What the fuck is this? It feels like it's an unfinished... it feels like it's an unfinished part of the map. Unless this is... what they're doing with the boss here. And they're trying to scare me. I was just gonna say, they can't scare me. That's just cheating. What is this? Ah! Have some self-respect, man. I didn't mean to fall. Wait, I think that would have worked. Oh. Why is this guy so tanky for? Don't fucking hit my shit, man. Bum, 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 bum. He's being a little bit of a bitch now. Wait. I think he has chlamydia. I think the chlamydia is his weak spot. Zainab. Ah! The fuck? Stay away. Weirdo. So, realistically, how am I supposed to beat this guy? Did he just fucking damage himself? Hey, don't hurt my spike traps. Bro, this is a little bit too hard, difficult. Yo. Motherfucking ass. What the fuck? This guy has no self-respect. You gotta be shitting me. That took so much damage. Stop! I wonder if he does it behind him. It seems like he just does that in like one direction. One direction. What's up with the fucking hyenas though? What the fuck? What? You gotta be fisting me, man. I have to coat this shit in blood or something. Or bleeding, you know. What the fuck? He moves too much. Scorpion scale. Actually, maybe I should pick that up. Maybe that's poison or something. Also, why is this weapon so shit? Good! Attack him! Wow, he just literally one-hit that rhino. What is he damaging when he does that? Because I see damaged things. Are they getting angry? My boy's back at it again with the thingamajiggy. What? Bro, this guy has so much... Thank goodness I fucking crafted... My boys, they're helping me, look! Ah! They're helping me, look at them! Why is he not taking damage from the spike things? No! One of them died from my spike thing. Why is that a one-hit kill? I cheesed it, I F6'd.
So with that being said, let's just type poison shot structure, since you can't act necessary. If this hit slam down and do extremely high damage on anything he hits, this can one-shot structures, this can one-shot you. Get hit, there's a good chance you're going to die immediately. He tends to repeat this move multiple times as well before he switches to his next one. There's really not a lot to say, just get out of the way. Next is his underground phase. This part of the boss fight is kind of a bit tricky since you can't actually tell where he's at any given moment. He will either stick his tail up behind you and try to sting you, or he'll try to come up out of the ground with a slam. Before we wrap up the video, a quick tip to help you out if you are struggling with him. you can use traps and hedgehogs, and it will actually do a lot of damage. If you really had to, you could probably put down about 100 hedgehogs and make him run through them, and he might even die from it. So, good job.
Bro, all these people are using fucking weapons. Cheat codes. Oh! Why am I so slow? He handicapped me. No, no, no. You're being very annoying. I got stuck on my own thing. It's rather annoying. I think I need to... I'm out of stamina. The fuck am I supposed to do when I'm out of stamina? That's good. No! Don't destroy my structure. Well. I'm out of stamina. Stop destroying the base. Bandage. Up to the bandage I just crafted. Ooh. Wait, why am I so handicapped here? Infected wound. You gotta be fisting me. You got to be fisting me. Why is it so hard to hit him? I have no material. It's a problem that he is very fast. I mean, this is the... Oh. I was hoping he was gonna stay like that. Why is he taking so much less damage now? No. No. Ah! Bruh! This is bogus. I'm gonna leave him farm a little bit. I'll be... Fuck off! Meow. You want candy? This place is awful. There's nothing here. And it's all so dry. I think the arrows I have are fine. It's not... I'm not gonna get any better arrows than the ones I have, unless I'm willing to... unless I'm willing to absolutely go insane with the farming, which I'm not. I'm not. We're gonna need a absurd amount of wood for all the spike traps. Need some salt. See if there's any salt here. I haven't seen any monsters here. I really do need salt though. Inventory full. Are you sure about that? Scorpion. Carapace. The fuck is up with the young coconuts? I don't need that shit. I need salt. Surely there's some salt around these parts. Surely. Do not see any salt. I think this is a cave. Very good. I am fresh out of stamina for you. Can I get some fucking salt around these parts? Salt would be nice. No salt, huh? That's just rude. I have one healing pot. This is not good enough. I am back. Alright, these hedgehogs are gonna be hedgehogging. Gonna need some of this. Gonna need some more arrows. Not too many. Shut the fuck up. That's pretty good. Right, very good. Okay. More rope. Then we need some of the... What the fuck can I do against him? I can try to burn him. I don't think that's gonna affect him though. I'm gonna see if I can buy some bleeding stuff here. It's not what I meant to do. Oh, I have more arrows. I didn't take all of them. Yeah, but those suck. They actually suck. 70, 70. Yeah, I mean mine are the same. Okay. Bows. Slowly drain HP from poison target. Minus movement speed. Poison. Toxic paste. Slow death. Well, that's not actually too hard to get. Wait, actually, I'm in the desert. I don't know where I'll find I don't know. Wound. Slow movement speed is pretty good. Inflict a slowed modifier for 5 seconds. Oh, that's pointless. 5 seconds, my ass. Inflict poison modifier stacks up to 6 times. That's pretty good. Craft cost is pretty expensive though. Right, I think we make it ourselves instead. Okay. Spoiled food. I do not have any spoiled food. Alright, time to spoil some food. Why are they not dying? Spoiled food and the yellow rock. Damn, the worm is still there. That's crazy. No! Bitch. I'm splitting it on purpose. Don't touch the shit. I don't know if there's a faster way to mix the food spoil. I don't think so. Only if you drop it on the ground, it's just gonna decay and disappear. There we go. I was looking for some salt. I think 8 is enough. We have 6 now. Not enough oxide. Silica. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Oh, you bitch. I did it again. I can't believe it. Stop pressing sort. The axe is broken. Why am I getting silica? Oh, they're jointed together. What the fuck? That's just odd. Right, 50 sulfur is probably enough, I'm guessing. Let's make 2 more of this. Right, let's go back. Sulfur. What was the salt block again? Large antelope. There we go. I'll take some salt with us. There's this. In case I want to craft some more. Yeah, let's go home. I'll send this a broken axe back into orbit. Alright. Let's put this spoiled stuff here. Make sure not to stack it. Boom. 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 Oh, maybe you don't have to do this. It seems like it's... Actually, no, you do. It's always just the first one that gets spoiled. Right, we can cook this. Let it cook. Alright. Arrow. Poison arrow. Poison paste. How do I make the poison paste? Pet stole more though. Pestle and mortar. Alright. And we need silica for that, and I dropped that. That's unfortunate. Steroid. Why did I drop the fucking silica, man? Holy shit. Well, that is unfortunate. Well, there's no aggro animals here. They're all nice. Look at them. It's all nice animals here. Boom. Yeah, it's very philosophical. I might be the monster. That's a possibility. There we go. Ooh, some extra trees for blockage for the bus. Armor is fine. Alright, pestle and mortar. Ugh. Spoiled food, here we come. Poison. Poison paste, 8. Maybe we need some more, I'm not too sure. Stone. Wait, that's so little. Oh Lord, have mercy. I think we need some more. That's gonna produce so few arrows. What the fuck did I do? Sucker! That's a zebra. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. It's gonna take 9 minutes. We don't have stone. Are you shitting me? Oh, we do have stone. Alright, only 4. That's mucho not good. Fire arrow. I wonder if fire arrow is good. It sounds good. What do I need for gunpowder again? It's not that it's not that hard actually. What the fuck? We can get some of that. A good amount actually. Takes a little while though. Water. I wonder if that's gonna be good for him. Against him, I mean. So that can be good for him, of course. We need some of these structures here. 20 gunpowder for fire arrows. Hopefully that's good. I think we can craft some more. Go 20 more here. 6 minutes for the meat to spoil. Carrotception. Let's see. Aladdin. Apparently these guys have some good water bottles. Let's see. Hippie. Boom. Boom. Is that plastic or glass? Boom. Not too many. I have this one. No. I think this is the one I'll order. It looks kind of cheap here at the top though. I don't like this space in between. Makes it feel like a cheap aluminium pressed water bottle. It's plastic, I think. Or is it no, maybe it's glass, I think. I think this top one is plastic though. Does it not say? This one looks kind of sick. Super Sparrow. Apparently this is the number one. It's half the price. And it has a straw. These pictures aren't really showing the size difference. But I like this one. Hmm. I like this color. This is pretty good. It's okay. This one is nice. That one's nice. It's nice if you're a girl. can't decide which color is best. I'm gonna order one of these now. It's more expensive here in Sweden. It's 30 euros here, but it's 400 kroner in Sweden. I found a website where it's $30, but it doesn't have the color I want. So I'm spending an extra $10 for the color I want. It's in between these two colors. I don't know why Amazon is bearing it. They have their own thing here. Fucking cuck Amazon actually bearing it. It's in between. It's in between these colors. I can't decide. It's one of these. I really like this style. It looks very good. I can't decide. It's one of these colors. It's a rough one. I don't know. I like marine blue. The thing is, this marine blue, now that I look at it, it kind of looks more blackish than marine blue. I would never go for the black one. That one looks boring. This one looks really good too. The little blue neck there. That looks nice. But I don't... yellow is kind of meh. The website, I saw this on a website for $30 instead of $40. But unfortunately, they only had this color. And I really don't like this one. This one looks really... I don't like this one. It looks like a ugly mix between orange and red. I don't like that one. I'd rather go with the wine red than... Yeah, it's one of these. I cannot decide. I like all of them. I don't know. I don't know. I was so close to ordering the red one, the wine red one. But now that I'm looking at them closer, I think I might pick the green one. I forgot what what was the first one I looked at? There's also this one. This one is kind of cool because it has a built-in metal straw. Apparently the pharmacy is selling it too. For children. And this one is Swedish made. Made in Sweden. This one's kind of cool. It's the first one of these that I've seen that has a metal straw. I don't know if I'm into that too much. Well, it's not made in Sweden, let's be honest. But the form factor still looks generic. I like this one. This one is very unique. I don't know. I think I'm canceling out this one. I'm canceling out this one. And I think the red one looks nice. It sticks out too much. Yeah, I think it's in between the red one and the green one. But I'm not too sure which. The red one is more flashy, I guess. The low-key flashy. I'm not a fan of this ugly crease here. This looks pretty sick. But I don't like the full-on cylindrical design. This cost about the same. I thought this was too expensive, but now I'm fine with it. The Stanley one looks better at the head here. It doesn't have the like ugly gap, I guess. But the neck looks better on this one. Oh, it has the same thing. Oh, okay. It's the same when you open it anyways. I don't know why they have this ugly thing here. The weird little gap. Fresco. Oh, no one is holding this one. Okay. Oh, so gay. Why is the mouthpiece so skinny? I mean, I don't drink like this. This looks goofy as shit. I put my whole lips around it. Because this looks weird. I don't know. I'm gonna look harder. I'm visualizing it, I'm visualizing it as in having it be on my desk. No. I think this one, the wine red. I'm thinking what would make me more thirsty? What would make me actually want to reach for the bottle? And I think it's this one, the wine red one. I think both these, they kind of melt in, and it's like, it doesn't really pop, so I'm not really going to be thinking about it. If it's on the side of my desk, I'm probably not going to reach for it that often at all, because it's just going to be there. But this is going to remind me. Drink me. It was a big decision. Every time I buy a backpack, it always has to be a marine blue backpack. I don't buy any other color. So, which one would fit better with that? Not the middle one, because it would be the same color. I mean, it would fit, but no contrast. I think the green one, actually. I changed my mind. Now, the more I look at the middle one, it looks less blue and it looks gray. And I'm not liking that. The more I look at it, it doesn't even look blue. Slate gray. Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was blue. I thought it was marine blue. I guess it's actually gray. Makes sense, I guess. The white one is clean too. It's very clean. I don't know if the white one would this color. Maybe like you would see it if it, I don't know if it chips away, but I don't know. I mean, it should be very high quality. It's a very reputable brand, and it's €40 for a fucking water bottle. So I assume it's coated in some diamond steel. I saw some used water bottles on these, like on eBay, of this brand that were like 6 years old, and it looked the same. Fuck! If I was holding it and I was in the store, then it would be easier for me. But it's much harder. I found this cheaper on a website, but I think this color is ugly. Terracotta. Terracotta. I'm just kind of making it easier to see. Yeah, the only one that pops out is the wine red. Wait, where's the blue one? Wait, there's no blue here. They're missing one. They're missing the blue. Wait, they're missing two. They're missing this one too, the light blue and the blue one is missing. This is a female color. Yeah, this would look good on a female. This one. And the yellow one. And this one. That's a non-male color. I can decide. Now the white one actually doesn't look as bad as I thought. No, okay, not the white one. It's boring. I want to hold it and touch it and feel the color. The different color, the different texture in the colors makes all the difference. I think I'm going with the green one actually. I think I like the green one. I think I'm gonna order the green one because the more I look at it, the more exhausted I'm getting at the red, wine red color. I'm getting bored of looking at the wine red color. But with the green one, it's hard to get bored of. Because it's so subtle. Yep. Green it is, and it's $1 cheaper. Wow. It's from Amsterdam. Is it though? Is it the green one? I prefer glass bottles. Glass bottles are so much better, but they break, and I've broken a few. But I prefer glass bottles. They always taste better. There's no there's no alteration in taste with glass bottles. It's just pure. Stainless steel is not the same. Glass bottles are superior, but they just break very easily if you drop them. The white one looks good though. The yellow one also kind of looks good now. I'm buying the red one. I changed my mind. Ugh. Wait, delivery 3rd to 5th February? Jeez Louise. I'm buying the red one because the guy in the picture example looks like a fucking dork from the green one. Oh, there you go. I ordered it. I ordered it. This fucking water bottle costs as much as my smartwatch. The Xiaomi Smart Band 10, which is an amazing smartwatch, by the way. It's top tier. It's the best smartwatch out there. They also had these ones. These nuts. Why is all their shit sold out? Are they bankrupt or something? Are they bankrupt? Good question. Alrighty. Time to get some ass. Time to get some ass and kick some ass. It's a long ass fucking quest, man. When am I gonna go back to when the fuck am I gonna go back and when the fuck am I gonna go back to my open world is the question. Is the question. Not enough wood. No, I would. Oh, you can stack 20 of them. That's nice, I guess. All right. Many fire ones and 9 poison. Hopefully you can stack these. Surely you can. Surely. Surely. And then we need to do, I think that's fine. Boom, as a dual weapon. Boom. That's all we have, right? It is all we have, okay. This is gonna be rough. Oh lord, we haven't even gotten against the sandworm. This one we've defeated. That one was the easiest one, super easy. I mean the sandworm, we just did a practice run on it. I don't think that one is gonna be too hard. If it's... Fuck! I have cave poison. We're gonna have to chill. 6 minutes. Antibiotica. Actually, yeah, I can't get yeast here. You can't get yeast in the desert. I'm pretty sure. That would be useful for the boss if he hits me. All right. Okay. Yes. Das is good. I'm also gonna bring... I'm gonna bring the fire. Maybe put down 2 fires on his asshole. Sticks. I think that's good. I think we need even more ramps here. That is not good enough. It's gonna be a long boss fight. I'm thinking at least 50. Collect 10,000 trees! That's a large fruit. That's a lot of meatballs. Fucking keep your coconut shit. What is your problem? Okay, we have maybe I'll do 2 stacks of 20. Oh lord. Never mind. I thought I saw a ghost. Okay, that should be good enough. Is it good enough? Probably not. That's okay. Thank God I didn't start this quest on hard mode. I'm on hardcore mode, but not hard mode. That would have been very bad. The problem is this bitch is faster than me, which is weird as hell, because I have multiple movement speed increases. Like 30% extra movement speed, and he's still faster than me somehow. Which is no bueno. I don't like that. Yeah. I'd have to see the despawn range here. Oh, that's fine, fuck it. Just wait 30 seconds here. Why? Are you kidding me? Oh, it's basically insta fire. But it doesn't really do much damage. I think as long as I keep him out of range from the from being able to hit my structure, I think I will be Gucci Tamaguchi. This fire is doing fuck all. No! Did I just set fire? Remove. Disappear. Go away. Don't tell me this will burn. Please. I hope not. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage now. Leave Brittany alone! That is unfortunate. I indeed. What the fuck is up with the minions here? You didn't make my leg... Wait, why is the elephant aggroing? I don't think he's aggroing me though. So I think it's fine. Yeah. Good elephant. Good boy. Aggro! Hit him, bitch! Shit, elephant. You bitch! Oh, dial. What? What do you say fuck me for? No! You bitch! I just built that. How is he not even getting hit by that? Why is he not getting hit by that? Have to be very careful about the sound cue here. There we go. Ah! No! Stop destroying my shit. It's very rude. Hey! He's destroying the fire. Oh no, it's burning. Bro, this guy is way too tanky. This is fucking ridiculous. Is he burning the wood? These spike traps aren't hitting him. Stop! Why is he hitting the fire? Ah! I broke my foot. Bro, he's literally taking 0 damage. What is this fucking nonsense? Hook smash. I don't understand why he's not taking any damage from the traps. Ah! No! I was stuck in animation. He doesn't take any damage at all. He takes like it's super easy to get him half HP, but then after that he just stops taking damage, and then he takes 0 damage on the fucking traps. Fuck this cunt. I'm not doing that mission. Oh no. I have to get my bow back anyways. I mean, you can't do this one without weapons. Weapons of mass destruction. The bow ain't doing shit against this guy. Stop fucking spawning in. Oh, he's actually taking damage. My leg is broken. Have some sympathy. Dude, I hate this shit. I am the repairman. What the heck? That was a weird bug. I didn't put that there. Why does it keep on bugging out? I didn't get hit. I wasn't even standing there. What is he even damaging? The fucking ground? Fuck off. How did it hit me? I was behind him. Ah! I'm glitched. Do it again, pussy. No, I missed it. I don't like that he keeps on spawning my butt crack. This is the Spike Fiesta. Is he gonna do it again? No. Fuck off! These spikes are not for you. Bada bing. Is he? I don't get it. Is he fucking regenerating or some shit? His HP is not going down below. Below half. Fuck off. Bro, he's taking 0 damage. What is this shit? Hulk smash. Oh, I think he's taking damage again. Now he's taking more damage again. Attack him! Do your duty! No. You see what he did to you? It's messed up. Attack him! Pussy. He's coming here. Attack him! What? What do you say fuck me for? Wait, it's kind of working though. Oh lord, he just killed his babies. It's so messed up. Also, my bow is about to break. It's good. Fuck your babies. It's getting late. Nighttime. What a horrible mother. Fuck off! Do not rush through everything. No! He did it. He done did it. That was like my last hope. It's fine though. There's a few left. He only destroyed half. Still very rude though. You broke my bow, man. I hope you're happy about breaking my bow. It's very unnecessary. Take him! Get him, elephant! Hulk smash. Get him! Fuck. He's doing the thing. I can't see shit! It's getting late. Oh no, he done did it. Can't see shit, man. I need fiber. I don't have that. Have some self-respect. Have some self-respect. Did he just Hulk smash? I need him to do the good thing that I like. He's gonna charge now. He's destroying private property. Don't hit my things, man. You fucking bitch. Did he die? No. No. Where is he? Ah. Wait, he's almost dead. Go through these. Weehoo! Alright. Just come through here. Oh my god! I actually did not think I was gonna do that. Oh, Lord Jesus, give me strength. Fuck you. I did not think I was gonna do that. Oh, these spike traps came in clutch. Although they didn't do that much, to be honest. I did the most. How many did I have? I think I had 30 or something. And now I only have 4 left. Because he destroyed them all. Well, I am I'm proud. Very proud. Let me go back actually. I really need an animal. I don't know what this is. I don't know if that's somewhere I need to go or not. I don't know what that means. Travel map, retrieve atmospheric sensitivity, recover protect battery from crashed dropship. What is this? I can walk past it. I can ignore it. If I need it, I'll just get it on the way down here. What is us? It would be so helpful if I had an animal to ride on. Completed the game. I don't think you know what this game is about. You can't complete this game. It cannot be done. There's no completion. there's open world, and then there's missions that I'm doing right now, which you can also do in the open world, I guess. But we're gonna send this up to orbit and then send it back again. Wait, can I? Up to collect, use to collect. We can now repair this. Hold on, I'm gonna try something here. Damn. Headgear broke. Chest broke. Okay, I'm gonna send this up. Also, the reward for this was dog shit. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, devs. That's all you gave me. I feel like the poison arrows were dog shit. Honestly speaking. The burn arrows weren't much better, but at least better than fuck off. Than something. Bada bing. What can I do with this venom sac? Can do legendary biomass, which is very good. Bio cleaner. That's not too bad. Biofuel, bio cleaner. Bio cleaner. I need wood, lots of wood. What can I do with giant scorpion vessel? It's a trophy. That's gross. Same thing, same thing. Can make legendary biomass. It's very good. It would be very good if I was on in my open world, which I'm not. I forgot what I even used that for. Legendary biomass. I think I'll jump in after this mission, jump in my actual open world one. I could still extract this. Should I? It's gonna take too long. No, it's gonna take too long. To make the bio thingy-majiggy. Yeah, fuck all that. Fuck that. Alright. Is that good? Is that Gucci Tamaguchi? I'm gonna take this animal with me. I'm currently dying from thy cold. Which is not good. No, fuck. I forgot I was gonna do something. Return to character selection. I'm sure I can do this. Reparo patronum. Why is it not getting repaired? Oh, I don't know the money. Yeah. Boom. And then resume. And then I call these equipments down. Bazinga. Oh, I need to pick that up too. That would be a stupid thing to forget. I'll take the pistol and mortar. Why not? Sure, it doesn't weigh anything. Wait, did I just... Did I just... Did I just heal? Did I just heal from exiting the guy? Bada bing. It's not good that there's a sandworm right there. I'm friendly. I need to put a skill point on the... Why is a sandworm here? I want to put a skill point on reduce stamina when jumping. I actually can't believe I beat this boss solo. Solo bolo. You were the unlucky one. Give me, I need some good meat, not this shit. There's a lot of desert. It's been 3 hours on this mission. I like that I said, ironically, that it would take 2 hours to do the full circle around. That was an underestimation. Finally, some green. I see a Mimu. Come here, baby boy. What? What? Mimu. Does she have 2 babies? No. I'll take both. I will take both. Mama is dead. Come with me if you want to live. Do I hear a beat? Ah! Ah! Run! Run! They both died! Why can't I build exactly? Fortnite! Can you not build while you're over cucumbered? Why is he still chasing me? He fucking killed both my Mimus! Does he have no shame? Fuck this guy. That's it, I'm killing him. Suck it. I think I hear another Mimu. Why did he have to kill them? They did nothing wrong. Mimu! Your mom is dead. It's okay. It's all... Is there another bear? No, it's a wolf. Oh my god! This is why you can't have nice things. It's fucking cancer to raise a pet. They just get killed all the time. You're lucky. Watermelon. I do need more carrots. I hear another fucking bear. I've had it with these fucking bears. Bear. You got me all the way messed up if you think I'm accepting that. I need to respec so I can do the reduced stamina while jumping, because I love bunny jumping. Also, it's super efficient on bosses. Bosses and enemies in general, jumping is very OP to avoid getting hit. Especially when you do the bow attack. So you don't lose forward momentum. If you can jump and shoot behind you. Watermelon. And watermelon is also OP. Who needs to make a water ball and drink dirty water when you can just eat watermelons. And berries, but berries are so fucking weak though. if you're fully thirsty, you'll need like 120 berries. Give me your daughter. That's a bear. Run. I don't like that the bears attack me, but they don't attack the wildlife. If they're on their own, it's fucked up. I think we gotta find a little cave. Wait. I'm gonna find somewhere where we cannot get hurt. Inventory full. Are you sure about that? All right. Get in. Idiota. I need him to grow up. Strong. I'm gonna make a little food broth for him while I go shower. So hopefully when I come back, he will be all grown up. Surely. Nails. I don't have that. Stone. Don't go anywhere. $15 nails. Shush it. I accidentally ate the meat. I can't believe it. That's so disgusting. That is so disgusting. Gunpowder. $22 fire AOs. Ranch. Are you good, my dude? Still complaining like some hoe? We have the saddle. We'll get the desert saddle, yes. Sleeping will go faster. I mean, I think it's fine if I go shower anyways. I think you'll be done so. Nails, food. I mean, I don't need those materials anyhow, so it's fine. Here you can go to sleep, bitch. I guess you can't go to sleep, I guess. Hyena bait. There you go, bitch. And here's for your food, ugly ass. Should be enough. Fuck it. I need to cook the carrots. Hopefully that's not too close and I won't burn down my wooden shack. That's so beautiful. How much did he eat? That's one hungry boy. He ate like 6 raw pieces of meat. That's kind of crazy. I need some oxide before I go shower. Otherwise I'm gonna die in my sleep. That's my grass. What are you thinking? Watermelon! Some oxide would be nice. Here we go. Right. Good enough. I think because I built it on the water, I don't think the predators are gonna get that excited. think it's fine. Get some meat for me. You can have some pumpkin and some of that, I guess. No, not the fucking watermelon. The watermelon is mine. And only mine. You can have some cooked carrots, 7. That's pretty generous. I'll be back. And when I come back, you better be fucking fully grown.
I don't know, these gallons of cum stored in my bussy wussy, and this butt plug is the only thing keeping it from flooding this party.
Get off! Get off! Meow! That's my chair. That's my chair. Bum, ba, 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 bum. I'm eating chili cheese tots and vegan chicken nuggets, and a papaya, mango, ananas, passion fruit smoothie. It's my snack. I just ate food, I guess. Well, I ate like an hour ago. Look at that. Just ordered. New from the printer. Not enough water in this smoothie. It's a little thick. That's okay.
Let's talk about
There is something.
Alright. Let me pull up a video while I'm snacking. And then we'll finish the quest. How long have I been playing? 9 hours. That's more than 8.
Nearly 70% of long-haul
It's a little thick. It's a little thick, but it works. Yeah, I'll probably melt a little bit. These are chili cheese. They're filled with cheese. And these are vegan nuggets. I did put sugar. Chili cheese nuggets! They're chili cheese nuggets! With chili cheese. It's chili cheese. These are vegan nuggets. They're not my favorite because unless the vegan substitute is from corn, they're not. It's not top tier. These are some generic brands. But I like eating vegan nuggets as a snack instead of eating like chips or something. Because I don't like chips. No. I eat vegan. I eat vegan food as a snack. It's a good snack. Not enough water in there.
truck drivers are obese. This isn't just a job. It's one of the most dangerous lifestyles in the modern world. They survive on fast food, no movement, no sleep, and relentless stress. The result? A life expectancy 16 years below the national average.
And I want to try it. I'm somewhere in Seattle right now, and tomorrow morning I'm getting picked up by truck driver Mike, who agreed to take me on the road to experience 2 days of the world's unhealthiest job. He's picking me up at 4 a.m. I gotta get to bed. Here we go. Mike, hello.
Oh, hey.
What's up, man?
What's up?
How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Everybody meet Mike. He's going to be leading this road trip for the next few days.
So, Mike, I wasn't expecting Mike and wife.
Yeah, no, well, my other co-drivers, one of them kind of got fired.
Yeah.
And the other one went to Mexico to take care of my dad, so she decided to step up, get her CDL, and take over for them.
What am I in store for the next few days?
A lot of sitting, a lot of shaking. You're gonna hear a lot of stuff falling around the truck because...
Shaking?
Oh yeah, the truck just kind of vibrates a lot. The roads are kind of crappy some places.
What about healthy food?
No.
No.
I really cannot believe that this is gonna be my home for the next 2 days. Is it? So Becca is gonna be the first driver. How long is the oh, whoa. Yeah. Look at our beds back there. Those are our beds, bunk beds. And who's that?
Tucker.
Tucker. Everybody say hi, Tucker. Hi, Tucker. Wow, this place is like a little home.
Yep, and your bed is right up there.
Oh, I'm top bunk?
Yep, you're top bunk.
Wait a second. Are those dumbbells I see? Are we getting a lift in?
Sure. Am I getting a lift in? I don't know, we'll see.
And we're off. Are we there yet? Okay, so what's like the total driving time?
About 10 hours.
10 hours of driving today?
Yeah. Yeah, so I can't drive more than 11 hours in a shift.
Is this right here how many driving hours you have left?
Yes. So I can't exceed the legal amount of hours in a day.
Okay. I mean, you only
No
have
one
7 hours,
follows
47 minutes
that.
driving left. There's nothing.
Yeah, well, once I take a break, it'll add another 3.
I can always pop in too if you guys need. Right.
Our journey starts in Fife, Washington, and today our goal is to make it all the way to Boise, Idaho. But first, we need gas.
This is a big drop. Oh. My back's already gone. You gotta remind you, don't drive hungry. See? They just want to make truck drivers fat. So you've been truck driving for what, 10 years?
No, about 11 actually.
11, okay.
Yeah.
So
I started when I was 21.
So how many total, like what's your total distance driven in your career, you think?
About 2.5 million miles.
2.5 million miles?
Yeah. Yeah.
How does that make you feel when you hear that?
I kind of feel like I've wasted a lot of my life just driving.
I mean, he said it, not me.
As we hit the road again, I wanted to find out whether Mike and Becca knew the real health consequences tied to this line of work.
Were you guys aware that truck driving is considered the world's unhealthiest job?
Definitely. Oh yeah. I knew way before.
I didn't even claim
I was
ownership.
hesitant to get into it, but my mom needed me too, so that's what I did. I was about 100 pounds less before I started driving a truck. I used to work out all the time, used to work late at night, to go straight to the gym. And that kind of just all went down.
I never claimed ownership, so we never leveled up.
For a little bit, but like after a 10-hour shift, I have to sleep 10 hours and then leave, or else I just won't make my loads on time. So that only gives me 10 hours to kind of just go exercise, eat food, relax, kind of wind down.
Yeah.
And by the time I'm done doing all that, I only have like 6 hours, 5 hours to sleep.
Yeah.
Which sometimes is just enough.
So, truck drivers are the most prone job to obesity, heart disease, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, sleep apnea, chronic back pain, depression, blood clots, substance abuse, and irregular sleep patterns. That's a lot.
Yeah. No, it checks out though.
Yeah, check
Yeah.
out for sure. You guys chronic back pain, I would say.
Back pain. I get a lot of like
Why is he trauma dumping on them? Poor people, man. Do.
war never changed.
Barb is a cunt! I hate this. They're gonna try to make us sympathize with the Barb. Stop! Fucking bitch. Okay. This quest does not give me enough fucking dineros for it to be worth it. Worth this fucking struggle. Holy shit. 5 hours. Oh damn, this guy does not have a lot of HP. 730? What a glass cannon. Was that a fucking bear? Complete a central survey scan. This will be good. Stay right here. Idiota. Okay. Fuck, I have no lingonberries. Heavy sand, fuck me. He is not okay. Now it's fucking nighttime. Now it is nighttime. Very good. Here we go! Shut up. Wait, this guy is fucking... Ah! This guy doesn't have Ah! This guy doesn't have that much HP. Do it again, bitch. This is good. Cunt. How does that hit me? This guy literally has less HP than the non-boss one I fought. Fucking cunts. Oh my lord. They're fighting him now. Maybe. Or maybe not. Easy. So annoying. Aye. Oh, he's dead. I don't know if I just got better at killing this guy, but this guy was much easier than the first one, I feel like. Ah! I forgot to use my scan the entire Olympus region with Central Survey Unit. Central Survey Unit. Huh? Not sure what that means. I don't know how I got toxic. 60 degrees. Negative fire. Is that how that works? I feel like there should be some middle ground. What the Sigma? How much am I supposed to take? Wait. You have to be fast with it. It's depleting super fast though. Ah! Why are there so many fucking wolves? Bum, bum, bum. What the fuck? Why do I feel like I'm faster than my Mimu? It's depleting. Are you kidding me? How did I make it out of here? Oh. I fucking hate the desert. Although the snow biome is even worse. Holy moly. Look at the speed. Look at the mad lad. Yahoo!
Very good.
Hey,
I'd say we're finished here.
quest
And
complete.
you're still breathing. That's a win. Group 15 will be glad to hear from you again when you're back in orbit.
That was pretty bad. I can lie. That was pretty bad. But it wasn't just that. That wasn't just a reward. You also get 2 extra talent points. which is good after maxing out. 2 is kind of cheap. It should be like 6 extra. This quest was fucking cancer. It took 6 hours. Armor fragment. Quarite armor fragment. What the fuck is this? Quarite. You harvest it. The fuck is a quarite? Yeah, this is one quest out of 150. Oh, it's from a boss. I don't have that DLC though. Goodbye, my donkey friend. It's been a ride. Doesn't seem to do that much damage. It's not even doing damage. That person's still on fire. Burning the forest. I'm out of fire. Ah, didn't work. Hardcore! Hardcore! Damn! What a cancer quest. This one might actually have been better. Fuck, I shouldn't have bought this one. I spent 1,200 exotic on that one. Yikes. 400 exotic is a lot though. I got that from this quest. Yeah, I should have gotten this one actually. 3 modules. I would have just stacked on 10% movement speed on it. You can see world bosses on the map. But I can already do that.
It's Brittany, bitch.